Live.
Okay.
Do. What? Just fill out the table? Probably nothing important.
We'll find out later.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. For this job, I think I can keep the camera a little distance from the models because they're much bigger and there's more of them.
It is true.
Lucky bat.
Nice.
Hey-o.
I see you have green in the background because it works, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I wasn't shooting a video.
Yep.
Gotta turn the old cam on. Joey Flores. The winner is decided. Zerg619. Hello, Eons. And Nick.
And Nick is also here.
Oh my goodness. I have been misclicking up a storm. I'm also trying to grab the camera, which for some reason always opens in the bottom of the screen. I don't know if I'm just reflexively putting it there or what. But the camera window, it's trying to be in a different window.
Interesting. I don't know.
It's trying to hide from me, but it can't. There, here, let me turn the contrast down, and the that can go down a little. Now it can go up a little. Now!
Perfect.
Right about there. No, that's still weird. Alright, right about there. And the focus. There we go. Alright. Why is it blue?
Probably have to change the color temperature.
Yeah. There we go. Alright.
Yeah.
Oh my god, everyone. Big Gay Frog, hello! Whatever else. Dave Dog. Holy cow, I'm painting ORK NOBZ also. Mine are from the Blackreach box set.
I have my own knob in front of me. My ORK knob.
Big Gay Frog. Baba Booey. TK3 Prince, hello. Jason Fry. First time catching the stream. Well, it's a good one to catch because it's the long one.
It is the long one.
Alright. So, for my orcs, I always do different green orc skin for every orc. So, I'm going to open my paint bucket, which is next to me. Boom. First orc is this color green. Worm green from Formula P3.
All right.
Rhaegar.
So are you gonna do all the skins first?
Yeah, I think that's what I did before. Rig. Jay and Nick, what are your favorite video games to play lately? I have not been playing video games lately, but
I haven't either.
Every once in a blue moon, I play a little FTL, which is faster than light. It's a great game.
I don't think I've played video games since the late '90s, so I don't even know.
TK3 Prince. I like them. Formula P3 pots, just like the old Games Workshop pots. I actually like the Games Workshop pots better than these. Because you can flip these break. I've had, like, if you look at this one, I mean, the cap is no longer attached. And I like that with the Games Workshop pots, you can actually flip the top inside out to get rid of the gunk. I think that's probably why they're a circle on top. Or why they're round. Where's my paint water cup? There it is. Big Gay Frog. How many boys do you have to do? 5 knobs, and I think I'll do the ammo run too. Otherwise, he'll just never get done.
That's true. That's very true. Also a very cute model. It's on my top 10 cute list.
Time to base coat. Doot, 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 doot. And I'm doing just a little bit of extra water in it to take advantage of my zenithal. Although I did a very flat zenithal for these guys just because usually I prime them gray. But I thought, well, you know what? Maybe the zenithal will do a little something for me. It'll probably help because my orcs have white shirts. So it could help with that, because it's essentially done. Just probably push the contrast a little bit with a wash. Might have to move the camera up a little higher, because I'm kind of bumping into it. Or maybe I just need to adjust me a little. Good musician blames his instruments.
Yeah. You have to adjust your tripod, your own personal tripod.
I was talking about the bass flute the other day, and so I looked up a bunch of videos of bass flute, and it's super cool, but it seems like with the bass flute, you give up a lot of your snappiness. Because the bass flute is like, you have to be blowing air so much harder and longer to get those low register notes, and the buttons are physically bigger and harder to press. Because like flutes, you can play anything because it's effortless to hit all the little buttons. But a bass flute, it's not quite as easy. And I'm not good at the normal flute, so.
When is it coming in the mail?
I think they're very expensive because they're weird instruments that no one plays. It's one of those situations like, oh, I think that this piece could really benefit from a bass flute. So then the orchestra buys one for the flautist. It's not just oh, this is a neat instrument. I should pick this up from Amazon. Dave Dog, I have drop-top plastic nipples on my Games Workshop pots. They work for washes and normal base paints. Oh, is that like what is it called? Doctor painting? Or
yeah, something like that.
Someone did a Kickstarter for that kind of a product, but I think they were like $1 a top.
Yeah, they were pricey.
Dr. Drokel, hey, this isn't Kato Sicarius. That's okay. I'll go get Kato and we'll do another Kato stream, just for you guys. I know how much you really loved it. Yeah, after the first day of the Emperor Texas Speech device jokes, it was like, oh, okay, so we're just gonna do this for a while.
Oh yeah, every single time.
These are not going to take me. I mean, they'll probably take a while, but not nearly as long.
Cut you part 18.
I don't think so. These guys are getting army painted, not super painted. I don't know. And actually, I'm really kind of digging this color. I don't know if it's a fact that none of my orcs share skin colors. It's probably happened. A combination has reoccurred, but I try to make every single one different. I'm very diverse with my orcs. I'm very conscious of diversity when it comes to orcs.
It's very good. I'm not. They're all blue.
Rhaegar, yo, Jay. My buddy put Games Workshop paint in a dropper bottle and said it was ass, and I referred him to your channel. You're the one who steered me away from that mess. Yeah, I think it's silly. Dr. Jokel. You would think that weird instruments that nobody plays would be cheap. You know, like Vice Admiral Holdo and Rose Tico action figures. I mean, it's a little different than that.
I get it. Aw.
MM tips Lord Aurelian only wanted to know the truth. Who's Lord Aurelian? We appreciate the $2.
Yeah.
That's $2 more orcs, or probably something else because I have enough orcs. Not after these guys. I have 20 boys I need to build and paint too.
Mm-hmm.
I have a whole bunch of Spellcrow parts for them too. I have a lot of naked torsos because I'm doing a Mad Max thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to do the Mad Max boys. Zerix619, sorry Eons, I got a question for you about oil wash guide. I have all the materials except for the varnish, but since I'll apply the bases, do I still need a varnish? That is the $1 million question. Some people don't varnish, some people do varnish. I think if you don't own a varnish, you could give it a try. I would say let your paint dry fully. So like give your acrylic paint like a day to dry. And then just be gentle, like as gentle as you can be. I've heard, I know like Ninjon has had a lot of success with just oil washing without varnishing his miniatures. So it can be done, but I don't want to worry about it, and I have varnish, so I just blast it. And then let the varnish dry for a couple of hours, and then just go hard with my my makeup sponges and my Q-tips.
Mm-hmm.
Lorgar, the Urizen. I know Lorgar. I feel like this requires me to have read one of the books, one of the Horus Heresy novels. I own the first two. I will read them one day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They're not high on the priority list.
Nah. There's so goddamn many of them. It's like Game of Thrones. Or Lord of the Rings. Ugh.
Yeah,
Eons
canceled
Battle's
again.
canceled.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Lord of the Rings a little. But only a little.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've watched them all once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 3 times. I think I watched them once when I was a kiddo because my uncle really, really, really loved them.
Mm-hmm.
I think I watched them at his house. And then like a bunch of other times. the Throm Clancy. Read all the books. Rhaegar. Who else kind of buzzed right now? I wish. I wish.
Me too.
I'm just painting a orc. I'm going quick. I'm going fast. I'm not gonna worry about it being good. Or like super crazy good.
All right, so apparently it's going to be bad.
Yeah, just garbage.
Worst knobs.
All right, did I miss any? Has he got like a little hole in his ass? I want that pair of pants that just has a little hole in the ass.
That'd be
You
very
can see
funny.
a little cheek, maybe a little crack.
That would be very funny. Maybe a little crack.
His pants are in decent shape, but there is a slight crack.
Mm-hmm.
Get it? Because like ass crack.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah, but if you don't, it's a joke. You can laugh if
Yep.
you want. I mean,
I did a little bit, but now you're pressuring me too, and that's a little inappropriate. Yeah, the orcs don't really get seductive like the Nurglings do.
mm-hmm. What Clanton you painting these gits as? They are, I guess, my custom, kind of generic orkies. They're in the desert. They have brown or black pants and white shirts. They're kind of based on Mad Max. A little Beyond Thunderdome, a little mostly Mad Max Fury Road. All right, I have painted him green. What green wash am I gonna put on? Not Null Oil. Alright, well the first thing I saw was this P3 Gnarls green, so I think I'll mix it with a little Lamian and make a little wash.
Ah. What you should do is you should paint his pants to look like an ass.
I mean, I'm going to be highlighting the asses.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's just a given.
They got a donk. And they stick out.
Dr. Jokel. I'll admit that I love the movies, even The Hobbit. Oh, and even the Hobbit ones. I saw all the Hobbits in theaters. But I find the Tolkien novels very dry and boring. I've tried several times to read them, and I just can't. And I read a lot. The Trainwreck TV. Thank you, Looking Sick. Good night.
Yeah.
Short, sweet, to the point. You can make those from the AOS Savage orc legs. Ah, do they have a nice ass?
Ooh.
Rhaegar tips. All right, boys, the time has come. What are your drinks of choice? Cheers from a fellow alcoholic in San Diego. You know, okay, guys, this is just what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the stream. I love me some Ryan's cream liquor. Love it. I like sweets. It's like alcoholic chocolate milk. It's awesome. Love it. Have it over some ice.
Does it taste like alcohol?
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, it's there.
It's spicy.
Little spice hits you.
Perfect.
But I love that stuff.
I mean, I like a good honey whiskey.
Whiskey's pretty good. There's a particular vodka. There's like a seasonal vodka.
Rocket Pop
vodka. It's not called that.
Not. Yeah, red, white, and drunk
berry?
or whatever.
I think it's called red, white, and berry, I want to say.
Yep.
But it's delicious. It's like candy. I drank like a whole glass of it one time. It was great.
And then you literally saw the fireworks.
No, I didn't see the fireworks because they didn't happen.
Yeah,
they got rained out.
They did. They did get rained out. But you did in your head because you were so drunk.
Oh yeah, I was destroyed.
There's photo evidence of that. Do you remember the photo of you?
I don't. There's a photo of me?
Yeah. Do you want me to find it and screenshot it and send it to you?
I guess so. I do not remember this, although I was very drunk.
It is a, yeah, it is pretty good.
Although this wash is great. It is doing exactly what I need it to do.
Let's see. I don't even know how to... There we go. This was years ago.
Has anybody else had experiences making their own washes, or do you just stick with some G-dubs or some Army Painter? Does anybody use the Vallejo washes? I've tried some of those, and I don't prefer them.
They're garbage.
They're like chalky. I mean, it just feels like water and paint.
Yeah.
Caleb Ledoux. I like my old fashioned.
I sent you the classic photo.
Oh, White Claw. My sister introduced me to White Claws, and they're not bad. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that shirt.
What happened to the shirt?
I don't know. I probably lost some buttons or something. It was a Goodwill find, like most of my clothing.
Yep. I missed that shirt. Yep. You were destroyed.
I was so happy.
In this image.
I don't know. I don't know why, but I was not having a great time. And then you said, "Oh, don't worry. Remember, we're going over to our friend's house for 4th of July, and we're gonna drink." And then like, you kept talking, but all I heard was like the Peanuts parents' voice because I was like, I tuned out after hearing, "Oh, we're gonna drink. Awesome, fantastic, love it." And so I get there, get just demolished. And I'm like, "Yay, content." And then everyone's like, "All right, let's go to the fireworks." And then I was like, "Oh no."
Yeah.
I don't think I'm good to move for at least a couple hours.
I
made it work though.
I remember you were following one of our friends.
Yeah.
You were like, "I'm going to walk like you."
All right, right leg, left leg, right. Okay, move the arms a little. Move the arms a little. Look around. 2, 3, 4. Through 2, 3, 4. All right, here we.
Pretend you know what's going on. Pretend you know what's going on. Pretend it like you're listening.
Try SART. Sometimes I thin down GW washes to get more use out of them. Yeah, GW washes are pretty intense. They're very, very saturated. Especially the colors. Like Nuln Oil and Nuln Oil and Airgrax are pretty good, but some of the colors are really, really bright. I just noticed that I missed a whole bunch of skin under his arms. TK Studio Prints. Army Painter washes are nice. Army Painter washes are nice. Joy Flores. I've made washes with inks, water, and glycerin. It works well.
Oh, wow.
I might have to try that. Yeah, if I don't have to buy paint medium. I just used up a bottle of airbrush flow improver. And I'm like, that didn't last me as long as I wanted. I wanted it to last forever. It only lasted, a couple of months.
Gotta buy a gallon jug.
It hurts so bad though to like spend real money on just fluid to improve painting. It's like, what am I really buying here? But then you pay more when you keep buying the little bottle. So damned if you do, you damned if you don't.
It's liquid improvement.
Caleb Ledoux. Wow, you're one of the only people who pronounces my last name right. Ah, neat.
Wow.
Maybe is that how Malifaux is spelled? Maybe that's how I know.
Yeah.
Dr. Jokel. White Claw is the Zima of this generation. I've had Zima. For a very short amount of time, they re-released Zima, and I bought some. I wish I bought more of it. It was cool. I kind of liked the taste. It was kind of weird. But
is that the one you put the Jolly Rancher in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't find the Jolly Rancher helped at all. But,
no, it did not.
But it was kind of cool. And it had a really cool bottle cap. I collect bottle caps, and I would have liked some more of those. White Claw is a lot like Zima. White Claw tastes like have you ever had those they're like a really lame like frozen like popsicle? Like those popsicles that come in the tubes?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like that if you just poured that into like a mild alcohol. Joy Flares. And I drink almost everything under the sun, but I lean on Anejo tequilas.
Mm.
Charizard. What clan are they going to be? They're going to be orcs from the clan Orc.
Mm.
Smoky Crow gets it.
Yep.
Orc.
That's what they are.
Mm-hmm. True Natural 20. I'm practicing on how I speak like an orc.
You have to get an orc
It's hard.
translator.
I almost feel like it's easier to read regular writing and then do it in an orc than it is to write like an orc. Dry flares. Oh, and a little bit of matte medium in the mix into the mix with the glycerin and water. All those ingredients make for a pretty good wash.
So this matte medium is still part of it.
Mm-hmm. Matte medium is cheap, is super cheap though, compared to like a flow improver or acrylic medium, just like watery acrylic medium.
Dr. Druckle, that's why you donate blood, plasma, and sperm to offset the cost of the hobby. Basically trading fluid for fluid.
Yeah.
Yep. For a long time, I was getting those ads for sperm donors.
Well, you got it penciled into your calendar.
I do. How much? I mean, they can't pay that much, right?
I doubt it. I mean, they got to pay something, right? It may create a person.
Like how much do you think you get paid for?
I bet it's like, I bet $40.
Yes, I bet the $40.
If you're really, really attractive and like you got good medical record, then maybe $100. If you're like an ideal donor. I wonder if there's
Dr. Druckle, I'm sure you know.
If anyone shows up and are they ever like, not you. I don't know if we can do anything with those genes.
I like to think that they give you the $40 anyways, and then they just pour it into the sink. You're like, nah. It wasn't even worth it.
Rhaegar, you collect bottle caps because you think we're going to be in the Fallout universe? I put a little magnet in them and I put them on the fridge.
And you're an alcoholic. That's why.
I mean, most of them are soda.
Yes, that is true.
Mon
Alcoholic soda.
Mon de Tier, sup dudes? True Nature. Enough of the orc. I bought a Warhammer book recently, Fury of Magnus, because I didn't know that they were directly connected, nor which one was first. Is Fury of Magnus about the whatever his chapter was, the Rubric Marines and the Scarab Occult Terminators and the Zangors?
Chris Tom, you can tell that hard seltzers have jumped the shark since Monster Energy drinks just announced that they'll be releasing one.
Oh my god.
Interesting. Is it also caffeinated?
Oh my, that sounds like a horrible.
Yeah, you're
double
just
whammy.
Nervous and drunk. And it's not like it tastes good.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, people don't drink it for the taste. Maybe some weirdos do.
Probably Chris Tom.
All right, pretty happy with this color. I think I'm going to highlight the skin a little bit brighter, but not bad. All right. So for this guy, let's see what colors he gets. All right, drum roll, please. He is going to be Wog Flesh. How appropriate.
Yep.
And is this? He's going to be and then shaded with Bealtan Green.
G-dub, G-dub.
Kinonas, there's a very popular game that still uses metal miniatures, Monopoly. In Monopoly, I always play as the shoe.
Roleplay as the shoe.
I do. I roleplay as the shoe. I never, ever, ever buy Railroad. Because, that's direct competition to shoes. So, it would be a really bad idea for me to buy out the Railroad.
Mm-hmm.
This might take a couple coats. This paint has seen better days.
Mm-hmm. We should do a Monopoly battle report.
We should. Monature, there used to be an alcoholic energy drink called Sparks. We used to get messed up on it when I was in high school.
Sounds about right. Dr. Drokel, when I was in college, sperm donation was $30 a pop. That extra $45,000 really does help out in one semester. I'm usually the car in Monopoly.
The car is cool.
Mm-hmm. I like the car.
I never quite got the iron.
Yeah, I don't know. Industry?
Yeah. But isn't there also like the what's the thing that makes
Thimble?
There's the thimble. Yeah, I guess it's just in things of industry from the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the knob boss because he's got the power claw. And then he's got a chopper, which I hope is a legal loadout. So when he's done with his power claw attacks, he'll take one last strength 4 swing with the chopper.
Mm-hmm.
Or strength 5, right? Because knob.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's not nothing. That, what would be really funny? He doesn't quite finish something off with the power claw, and then the last swipe with the chopper kills it.
Yep. Well, I think that's a big chopper. So you have it would be strength 7.
I thought
plus 2.
I thought the big chopper was the two-handed.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can do both.
Well, yeah. Okay, it's a big chopper now. Unless that's a lot of points, then it's a chopper.
Yeah, it's a lot of points.
Yeah, probably not worth it to spend a lot of money on 2 similarly good close combat weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Rhaegar, bro, I just took like 5 shots in a row. Gonna be a good night. Yeah, you gotta be careful when you're drunk to like not keep going.
Says the alcoholic.
I mean, you may possibly I know from experience. So it's easy to knock them back once you're impaired.
You know what's hilarious?
What?
So I'm looking at the ORK Codex right now, the 9th edition PDF. At the very end, well, I don't know if it must be the real PDF. At the end, it says, "We think you would like the Necron Codex."
You know what? I bet you would. And it's just what, $50 pop? Just do it. Do it.
That's pretty odd.
Yeah, it's pretty ballsy. Yeah, that doesn't really even make sense. Like, it's not like, oh, if you're Eldar, you might like Harlequins.
Yeah. Necrons and Orcs are the same.
You heard it here first, people. Aren't the pieces of Monopoly meant to represent the poor versus the rich?
That makes sense.
Maybe. So is Scotty Dog the rich? And the shoe is the poor? Wait, wouldn't all the pieces,
nice shoe.
Wouldn't all the pieces be the poor trying to get rich on Monopoly? But then what about the battleship?
Battleships?
Trying not to get paint on his shirt. Or anything else, really. That's one thing that's really nice that just comes with experience is managing to keep paint where you want it and not getting it where you don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember starting out painting, and it's like, well, there's now green on his shoes. Don't know how that happened, but... Rhaegar. I only drink on weekends. That's been my rule for like 6 years. True.
I drink at work. That's what you're really supposed to do. Yeah, why would you drink in your personal time?
Mm-hmm.
Drink on company time.
Yeah. But then I can't focus the camera right.
Well, it's just art
Mm-hmm.
at that point. Everything's just a little blurry. Because isn't life just a little blurry?
I'll have a Dutch angle in my tutorial video.
Mm-hmm.
So then you put the green on the... You've got to put the... somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of drunk burps.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Dr. Drokel, the important thing about drinking is not to step at the level that causes poisoning. You have to drink past that boundary to survive.
Yeah. And then once, if you're lucky and you vomited and so you're not going to die, then you take another hit to steady the nerves.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Druckle, I don't drink. Alcohol's for the weak, weak-willed, and it makes the cocaine smell funny. Mm-hmm. There you go.
Truer words have never been spoken. TK Story Prince. I remember when I used to have a steady hand and eyes like an eagle. Now I wear 2 pairs of glasses for up-close work and the hands shake. Each model is an adventure. Bradley Dykes. It wasn't a battleship, it was a cruise liner. Oh. Was it? I feel like it looked like a battleship. I
want to see.
Monopoly game pieces. Alright. Oh, no, not on Etsy. Images. Oh yeah. Oh, is the battleship not part of the original lineup? Was it Shoe, Iron, Thimble, Scotty Dog, Race Car, and Cowboy? And sometimes there's a wheelbarrow. Sometimes there's a top hat.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the battleship. Oh, maybe I'm seeing ones that look like battleships, but I'm also seeing ones that look like cruise ships. There's definitely a gun-looking thing.
Well, maybe that's the slide.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a train?
No, I don't think so.
Some of them have trains.
I mean, that makes sense. Puppet Minded, are you painting each knob different for the skin? Yes, yeah. Each knob is getting a completely different recipe. I like a little diversity.
Puppet Minded, maybe it's a steamboat.
With a gun.
I see. This one is a T-Rex. Yeah, it's very odd.
I think it's a battleship.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the times where it is just a cruise liner. When were cruises invented?
I don't know.
Because it used to be like,
pirates?
going on a boat was cool. But now it's like, cruise ships are kind of nasty.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially now.
I don't think they're much.
Imagine it now.
I don't think many cruise people are dissuaded You just wear you wear a mask in the lazy river.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're in international waters. There's no rules.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure the Golden Girls cruise is still going.
Mm-hmm.
Pods on Google. Hey, how are ya?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Let's see, whatever I get done today will be a good. I think it'll reflect on what's going to happen in general. Oh, and I feel like I'm not getting enough light.
Cut to part 25.
Mm-hmm. There. Hopefully that'll help. True Natural 20. I challenge you to a game of Paradox, Billiard, Vostroyan, Roulette, Fourth Dimensional, Hypercube, Chess, Strip Poker.
I like the last part.
And then at the end of the video, one of the custodians says, I was promised stripping, but there was none. Just for kicks and giggles, they decided to put out a couple of specials where the Emperor plays Yu-Gi-Oh! With the custodians.
Amazing. Don't call me Shirley. Will the April Fool's video be a Monopoly battle report? That'd be pretty funny. Like a narrative.
That would be really funny.
A narrative battle report.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to the banker, I said, I can't afford this mortgage.
Mm-hmm. There's another orc skin.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's next?
We should have made a green roulette board.
Mm-hmm. All right, how about some Elysian green and what is this? Let's do Airgrax Earthshade. Mix it up a little. He'll be a little brownish. Aquino Quinones. Cruise ships are basically glorified moving crime hubs, so anything goes.
Is that why they're so cheap?
Probably. Pods on Google. First mini. My first mini was Necron. What are the Death Marks? Necron sniper guys.
And we should cut all of those moments together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every time you're not remembering the name Death Marks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Aquino Quinones. Add some Vallejo and Apple Barrel for real diversity. Oh, we haven't broken out the Vallejo yet.
Oh. That's coming.
Mm-hmm. Just like these orcs.
Yep. What if they had a 40K cruise? Would you go on that?
No. We need to get a major kill to let us know if orcs have penises or not.
I mean, they probably do.
TK Studio Prince, some awesome paint jobs in Discord. I can see soon you will have to do a separate video just for them, as you're getting a lot of them.
That's very true. Yep, a lot of people have been doing EOB complete. I know. I think the last I think we put in like 15 the first video, like 15 the second time. We're doing it for like 4 weeks, and it was like 18. Then the last one was 22. So it's getting it's getting a lot. And I haven't gone through this week yet to see which ones are going to be in the video, but it's going to be a lot.
But that's good though. It's people. It's like the ultimate form of what's the word for like when people comment, like interaction. The ultimate interaction.
It's true. We get to hear you pronounce people's names wrong.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Oh, and announce and say them wrong. I do. What I should
Mm-hmm.
do is before every single name, I should be like, I'm not sure exactly how to say this. Monditatura?
Yeah.
TK's 3D prints? Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Am I saying that right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't be offended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
You know
I
what? Be
say it.
offended.
I say whatever I say with authority.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Dr. Druckle. Jay, I wanted to let you know that I ordered a set of birth control magnifying glasses from Amazon. If
Ah.
I don't get any play at the bars when the bars open back up, I'm gonna hold you personally responsible.
No, there's no chance. I mean, you wear those out on the town,
Yep.
you'll have to fight them
Yep.
off.
Yep.
It's like trying to eat a donut in a parking lot full of seagulls.
Yep. Why are there always seagulls by Sam's Clubs and nowhere
I
else?
think they just steal stuff from people. That's their natural habitat.
They're like they're never by anywhere else,
Mm-hmm.
but by Sam's Clubs.
There's usually a couple
They're.
hanging out at Walmart.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Walmart owns Sam's Club.
Mm.
That kind of makes sense. They're Walton family of Walton family birds.
Maybe it's part of a grand conspiracy. Like they are actually Walmart employees, the seagulls. They're on
That
payroll.
makes sense. Mm-hmm.
And if somebody, they actually they like attack people who buy a little too much product, so they have to go back in the store and buy more.
Ah, that's smart.
Or probably people who buy too little product.
Mm.
That bag of oven-ready French fries, that's going to the seagull. That's the seagull tax.
Mm-hmm.
Akino Kinones. On the tabletop, orcs do not have genitals. In Total War Warhammer, orcs do have genitals.
Oh my god. And where are the screenshots?
Rhaegar.
I want to see that in Discord.
In San Diego, the breweries are still popping.
Well, people are still alcoholics.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Joko, I'll wear the glasses, and the women will be like, will look at me and say, "What big eyes you have."
That is true.
Dr. Joko, the seagulls are there because of the pervasive fish smell. Yeah, from the dirty customers.
Yep.
DK3D prints. Seagulls, hate them. I look at the sky, not one about. I feed my birds, and then pow, there's like 30 seagulls fighting over it.
Mm-hmm.
Rhaegar, I'm literally playing Total War Warhammer 2 right now. That was always me when I would listen to podcasts and stuff. I never ever listen to the in-game audio.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, if I lose, I lose. I'd rather listen to a podcast too.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't rather listen to the awesome music from Minecraft?
I don't care about the Minecraft. The FTL music is pretty awesome, but I mean I've heard it before.
Yeah.
That's actually my go-to music for like focusing on stuff. Because it's kind of background music.
Mm-hmm. I think when I was playing FTL, I think you can turn off the music, but you can keep the sound.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, because I want to hear boop boop boop.
Yeah, holy cow! There have been times where I'm like, when did he die?
Yep.
Oh no! Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Boop 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 boop.
Oh yeah, there's some moments in FTL that just sucker punch you.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you find out that if you send borders over and then the enemy does an FTL jump away, you don't get them back.
Yeah.
That moment hurts.
Mm-hmm. Very sad.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace.
Joey Flores. As a former Californian, I can tell you that no darn plague will stop me from getting wasted after rush hour.
Yeah.
Power Surge. Is this virgin metal or Chad plastic? Monteur, new Goober video for Astro Stream. Did Goob have a video? Or is it the one the new roulette video? Or does he have something new? Don't call me Shirley. Orc genitals are on Major Kill's Patreon. I bet they are.
That's pretty funny.
Muppet Minded. What's after this skin? Light. Brown wash red. I don't know exactly what you mean. I'm definitely gonna brighten up the skin though, and then I'll probably paint the mouths because I always do the kind of a pinkish hue for the lips and mouths. I think it adds a little something. Makes them look a little fleshy. Ooh, I think this is a great combo. It's a little bit of a yellowy green, and then the brown wash. Although this is gloss, because one time I was a big dummy and I bought gloss wash. It's okay. It behaves just like a regular wash, but it dries glossy.
So there is no benefit whatsoever besides that it dries glossy.
The only benefit I found is I've never ever had the gloss wash frost. I've had the regular washes frost on me, but the trouble with the gloss wash is that the glossiness is harder to paint on top of, because the matte finish of regular paint kind of gives you a little bit of grit to deposit paint onto, but the gloss is a little bit tiny bit like hydrostatic, so the paint behaves a little differently on top of it, but I'll make it work.
Dr. Strokel, are these orcs from your modeling video? How
yes,
meta.
they are. Dress socks. Hello from India. Though I'm Spanish.
Ah.
Thetra70, if you jump away while they boarded you, though, they also don't get them back. One of my favorites in FTL was kidnapping boarders. That is true. I wish if you kidnapped boarders, you got to, like, offer them a position on your crew. But no, you have to just kill them. I mean, although, to be fair, I would just do that every time I got boarders then. I would immediately jump away and try to keep the boarders.
Right.
Because having crew is amazing. If you have a full set of 8 crew members, like, it is so helpful. There's one particular NG ship that you start out with only 1 crew member, and it hurts. You do get some repair drones, which is kind of nice. Usually, although the repair drones are really nice, usually they're not the best option. Usually the defense drone is, so that you don't get missiled. But repair drones fix stuff really fast. Although it's no good when the missile hits the drone control area.
Yeah. Man, I want to play FTL. But that'd be naughty. I don't deserve it. Muppet Minded, the gloss washes make the shadows look deeper.
They do a little bit. They're a little bit more like they really kind of hit those recesses a little bit harder than the regular washes. But it's still not quite enough of a trade-off for me to prefer them. All right, one more orc skin down.
So that's green roulette.
All right, some Army Painter green skin and Army Painter green tone. So this will be a very Army Painter wash, or a very Army Painter orc.
Very Army Painter.
Elronder. Goob's first unboxing video. Ooh. Although that is that's not quite true. If you know the deep Goob lore, he did a Craigslist unboxing. He bought a giant tote of stuff from Craigslist and then unboxed it for like 25 minutes. And I think at the end of the video, he's like, "Sorry guys, I don't know if I'll be doing this again," because and he talked about it on his podcast. And he's like, "Yeah, this is kind of a weird video. You just, all right, now I have this. Oh, now I have this."
Yep. Nate's Miniatures. Hey, at EonsOfBattle.
Hi. Hey, Nate.
Hello.
Nate, you helped me out the other day.
Amazing. Yeah. So what are we singing today?
That was very kind. Probably some '90s tunes and then swearing at my camera.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. It's my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, I'm getting bad coverage. Good old Army Painter.
But Army Painter's the best paint.
Yeah, Army Painter's fine, whatever. Maybe if I had a vortex mixer.
Yeah, exactly. That would fix it.
Isn't that the same tone as Nurgling Green? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think I own Nurgling Green.
Chart. There's a chart somewhere.
I'm trying to use up. I would love to maybe try out a new brand of paint in general. I love Vallejo, Scale 75, or I kind of want to try out what a lot of the pros use. I know people do great work with all different brands of paint, but I feel like I'm now used to Army Painter, Vallejo, and Games Workshop. But I don't. And P3. I like P3. I think P3 is going to stay in the repertoire. But I'm not just going to go buy and paint. I got to use up what I got. So I have about 5 gallons of paint to get through.
Yeah, and then you're going to buy a paint set.
I mean, if the deal's right.
Hi, Craig Turpin. Bye, Craig Turpin. Just came and left.
Good night, Craig. Nate's Miniatures. Ha! I was listening to you singing. So what happened? So I didn't know on Discord how easy it was to all of a sudden be live or like chatting with someone through the microphone. And so I guess I joined a room that was audio, and then I continued to work on my videos for like a couple of hours. And so everyone got to hear me sing to myself and be annoyed. And I was going hard because there's been some water in my basement, and I have these fans going, and so I'm trying to drown out the fans.
Yep. So you gotta sing to yourself to get past the fans. Are they your number one fans?
They are my number one fans. One of them is. The other one is not as good a fan because the handle fell off.
Yeah, that's not a nice fan. Brett S., who won the Kill Team game today.
I stomped. I stomped. The only thing, though, I'm a little annoyed. I wish Zenubaq was here. I don't know if I like the Kill Team's ending when one Kill Team is broken. Because it's not that hard to be broken in Kill Team, and it's also very possible to win a game while broken. If in terms of command points or objectives and stuff. So
right.
I don't know. I don't know if maybe is that something that they've carried over into Commanders and all the other expansions, because I know there's a lot more missions out there than there the 4 in the main rule book. But it just seems I don't quite get that.
Yeah, because I feel like because I lost because I got broken. But there was a small chance that I could possibly win if we rolled to have the game not continue.
Yeah.
So,
you were on more objectives than me. I just managed to
like
kill enough
you.
stuff, and you rolled poorly enough to break.
Yeah, so it was one victory point per kill in any way possible, and then 3 per objective. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think you must have killed 7,
Yeah.
but I had 3 objectives,
Mm-hmm.
so I would have won. But I got broken.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wasn't though. And then you spent those 2 command points to fight again or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was super helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I love the command points. They let you really
Mm-hmm.
pull off some shenanigans.
They do.
And then it's like, ooh, do I spend 2 command point or do I save 2 command points to make sure this happens later, or do I do a command reroll now to make sure that this happens in front of me? It's very interesting. Yeah, I like Kill Team. It's fun.
Mm-hmm. Except for that it's unbalanced.
It's super duper unbalanced.
And the Space Marines help you cheat.
Yeah, the Space Marines. Yeah, apparently Space Marines versus Orcs. The Space Marines win about half the time,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Orcs win the other half. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. I've been saying that for years.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to see as we continue to play
Yeah.
how this all works out. And your what is it? The missile launcher guy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Mm-hmm.
The missile
Real
launcher
MVP.
famously rolls D6 for its number of shots. And for 3 turns in a row, the first 3 turns, I was in a beautiful position. I was up on a building. I could see every model on the board. I rolled 3 ones, and then those 3 ones ended up being 3 whiffs.
Yeah.
Nate's Miniatures. Vortex is the best. I think Vortex mixtures need to be sold with every Army Painter box.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that. I've heard that the Army Painters really need a good shaken.
Mm-hmm.
You need to do the weird thing where they're sent with a little bit of like weird medium that you're meant to like pour out before the paint's ready to be used.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird. It seems like no other paints come with instructions for setup.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, is it just a cost-saving measure, or does it make the paint better? Although Army Painter isn't really considered to be one of like the quality paint brands, it's like the value paint brand.
Mm. Right.
So it's a little odd. I would love to know about that.
Like what that does?
Yeah, like what is it? Does it stop the paint from like drying out ever on the store shelf?
I don't know.
Moniture, what's your favorite purple? I was using this earlier. It is P3 Beaten Purple. It's not the greatest coverage in the world, but it's way better than Xenos Purple, which it's pretty close to.
Mm.
Nate's Miniatures, Eons of Battle at Night.
Yeah. I mean, our new album's gonna drop soon, so.
Very fair. As long as you didn't say anything that could be used against you. Oh, my singing could be used against me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope you were recording it.
Mm-hmm.
You could use that for blackmail.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd pay any amount of money. All right. Well, it took an annoyingly long time, but it is now has a nice coat of Army Painter Green on there.
Yeah.
Now it's time for some Army Painter Green tone.
Mm. Brett S., if you don't get rid of the weird medium stuff, all of the shaking in the world will not get Army Painter paints mixed.
Well, I hope not. I think I have some Army Painter paints that did not get that treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Nate's Miniatures shows Eons of Battle, the recording and demands free models.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Do.
Ah, I see a little bit of the old It's like I was like, what happened? Doing a little hair drying. But the Armor Painter manual says to get rid of the first 4 drops or so to clear that medium stuff, but it doesn't tell you what is there for. Probably to keep the paint fresh or something.
Probably. But it's just weird that no other brand does that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like Army Painter is like the, the gold standard. It's just regular paint. But yeah, I bought all the Army Painter washes, and it came with a little instructions. It's like the first thing you see when you open the box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very odd.
Little Army Painter paints come with instructions. If you buy a set, they do. I'm think if you buy them singularly, they couldn't possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Avenger 3510. I threw a box of Army Painters down the stairs, and after that, they never needed shaking for a week.
Oh. That'd be like a hot tip video.
Mm-hmm. Elron Dorio, or TK Searcher Prince. I have mixed views with Army Painter. Some cover great, others might as well be washes. Army Painter is just cheaper than most. Yes, they are. Yeah, I think they're great value. But I don't know if they're the highest quality paint.
Mm-hmm.
Power Surge. Squeeze out the first few drops of whatever clear stuff comes out and then shake them. Yeah.
But why?
I don't know. Mega Blaster 326. Do you still have to do that with single bottles, or is it just the sets? I bet you have to do it with all of them.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Does it say
have to do it with all of them?
Does it say anywhere on the bottle? Made in Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
War paints have been developed by the Army Painter and have a superior quality pigment and smooth coverage essential for painting detailed miniatures. Shake lightly. Non-toxic, water-based, top-quality acrylic paints perfect for painting armies of Warhammer miniatures. In case of eye contact, rinse with running water. May produce an allergic reaction.
That's why I feel weird. So it's super high quality. According to that.
Monitor. The Army Painter top layer, kind of like the paper label. My dog is right here.
Mm-hmm.
The Army Painter top layer is kind of like the paper label ring around the ketchup bottle neck to hide the fly egg. Dog, what are you doing? Where are you? What? Am I going crazy? Oh, okay, it's over there.
Yeah, we're nearby.
Here, I have to piss anyway. I'll be right back.
Nate's Miniatures. I don't mind Army Painter. Yeah, a bit more shaking. But I am going off on the old paints from a set back in 2013. But my fave paints have to be Vallejo P3 Scale Color 75. Yeah. I just got some Scale 75s like a few months ago, and their white and black are delectable. They're perfect. I didn't know how I felt about the like super matte black, but I think I really like it. It's rather great. I'm still working on the old kill team. I'm doing a lot of base coding on them. On these old orcs. Although now that I lost our last 2 games, maybe I'm rethinking some of the some of the models that I have part of my kill team. So I'm thinking maybe I drop my Burna. Probably not super helpful against Space Marines in their current iteration. Joey Flores, hey Nick. So how big did you guys make the new studio? Been curious. How big? It's probably normal room size. It's probably 10 by 11. But I mean, it's a giant basement, so we have more room if we need it. Or not Mega Knob, just Knob with Chain Axe and Combi Flame. Yeah, I have yeah, so my knob, I have a knob that has a Combi Scorcha and Big Choppa. And that works fantastic. Like that's a great combination. I did get a little unlucky today, and they were kind of at the front of the line, and so they got sniped. Although it's not like Jay was rolling great shooting rolls at all. So I think next game, I kind of got forced out of position. So I think next game I'm gonna have to kind of put my knobs a little bit in the back. But yeah, the commandos are great. I think maybe getting rid of the Burna, moving some points around, get another commando in there, would be very helpful. Or I need to go just a million Gretchen. I know that's pretty meta right now, right? 12 Gretchen kill team.
All right, I am back.
Amazing. Everyone's peed.
Joy Flares are not mega knobs, just knobs. The
We
chain
already
axe.
talked about it.
Did you?
Yeah.
I thought I was remembered. Didn't there used to be a thing called Cyber Orc bodies that you could take on knobs?
Yes.
Is that still a thing?
I don't know. I don't.
Because I know there's like parts in the knob kit for Cyber Orc bodies. There's like cyber heads and like arms with wires and stuff in them.
It isn't in kill team.
Hmm.
Those aren't real knobs. Those are upgrade knobs. Let's see.
Because I want to say that's how kill saws started out life. Was part of the Cyber Orc bodies.
I don't remember. Yes. It does exist.
Joey Flores. Cyber Orcs are in kill team. Are they in? Are they in
normal?
Well, obviously not in the book we have, the regular old kill team. But are they in elites?
One knob or boss knob may have a cyborg body. For every 5 knobs or boss knobs in a unit.
And then does it just give them a better armor save?
Each time a model with a cyborg body loses a wound, roll a d6 on a 6. The wound is not lost. You cannot make a Doc's Tools roll for this model if you do so.
So it's just feel 6 up, feel no pain.
Yeah.
That's probably not worth it.
Right. Yeah. It must be some. How many points is it? Or is it free?
Sounds like it should be free.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like that you should be able to take it on all the knobs. Like, it doesn't sound good enough for like, okay, just the boss knob can have this. A 6-up feel no pain.
It's annoying to go through the PDF.
Don't call me Shirley. Jay, you got a nice knob.
That's gonna be the new. It's gonna be the new one, isn't it?
Yeah, all week, I'm sure. Blue Bob Man, glad to have catch this live stream. Always brightens up my day.
Yeah.
Nice natures. Okay, fellas, I can finally work on my video after 7 failed prints. First time I have sculpted and printed my own mini. Have a good one. Ooh, neat.
Exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. Now, Cyber Orc Body, I would definitely take if I could take it on Mega Knobs.
Ultra Orc, Ultra
Mega
Cyber
Knob.
Orc. Well, maybe I'm a goose. I don't see an upgrade thing. Let's see, 5 points. 5 points for Cyborg Body.
That sounds like a lot for a 6-up.
That's,
I mean,
that's
maybe
pretty not worth it. If it was 1 point.
Yeah. I'm very used to Kill Team though. I wonder, are there in regular ass 40K? Is there no upgrade that's a point?
Let's see. 3 points. Let's see, 3 points is the lowest. I mean, I see a bunch of 0 points. Looks like it's 3. 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, if that was in Kill Team, if that was in Kill Team for 3 points, the hard no.
No.
Like 3 points is an expensive upgrade in Kill Team. Joy Flores. I don't like the Mega Knob models. I've been thinking of doing a conversion when I want to get some. It's interesting. The Mega Knob plastic kit is almost identical to the old metal and fine cast Orc Mega Knobs.
Oh, look at them again.
I like them. I think, though, the Games Workshop paint job doesn't do them much justice. Ooh, and this last guy is going to get some reflective green, which I don't know. I bought this used, and it's called reflective green, but I don't notice any like metal pigment in it. So I've just been using it as a green.
Maybe it's just a poor choice of a name.
I mean, a lot of the model color range is meant for like military stuff. Right. So maybe reflective green is a thing in the military.
Could be. I would say that the only thing I don't like about the Mega Knobs is that they are $63.
Yeah, it's not amazing.
No. I do think they're orcs, so all of the arms are just forward.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have to do something to vary that up a little bit.
I think maybe you put on some hazard striping. Mm-hmm. Like maybe what if they're like literally construction vehicles?
It has a big cat.
You paint cat. Yeah, you paint cat on the side. One of them's John Deere.
Yep, that'd be pretty funny.
Mega Blaster 326. What are your thoughts on colored metallics? I can mix color into metallic.
And there you go.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Jay's thoughts on colored metallics.
What were you
Eh.
saying about Mega Knobs?
If I was to do Mega Knobs, I'd have to figure out a way to make them piratey, which
Oh,
would be
that's
very
true.
fun.
I think I'd just keep them as they are. I like them. Yeah, I think I would totally buy metallic products if it was like a color I was gonna use. Like if I was doing like Thousand Suns or something and I wanted metallic blue, I would probably
Mm-hmm.
buy a product so I would never have to mix it.
Right.
But in general, I mean, metallics mix with color pretty well in general.
Don't call me Shirley. OSHA works.
Oja Orcs,
Mm-hmm.
that's not up to code. There's a little Gretchen who's making sure everyone's wearing their safety hat.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's listening.
Everyone has to wear their back brace if they're gonna lift something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Blue Man, do you think that orc spines are upside down L's with the way their neck sticks out like that? That is true. They're very weird.
Yep.
Their butt sticks out, and then their body is very straight, but then their head just kind of comes out of the middle of their chest.
Yes.
They're very hunched. Which I bet
They're
I bet
very
if they
hunched.
ever make a Krork model, it would be not hunched at all, and so it would be very tall.
Mm.
Mega Blaster 326, like Army Painter's line or Vallejo's line? I have no idea. I'm not in the market for any metallics, except for I do kind of want to try Vallejo's new silvers. Like there's their acrylic based silvers. I have their alcohol based metallics, which are amazing, but they're kind of a big old pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks when if you have to do touch ups. You're like, I don't want to.
Yep.
I don't want to break out the special, the brushes I use for only alcohol, just to fix this tiny spot on his axe.
Mm-hmm. That is true. It's kind of a fragile paint.
Yeah, and it oxidizes
Too.
if you don't varnish it. I have some because I think I watched some videos of people using it, and people were like, "Yeah, don't varnish it because it'll change the appearance and you'll lose a little bit of the luster." So I put it on last, and then it oxidized with the air and rusted.
And then you sued Vallejo.
I sold those YouTubers who told me not to varnish it.
Ah. Yeah, now they're living on the street.
Mm-hmm. Old Fox, I use that reflective grain a lot on bolt action minis. Just started orcs, so looking forward to see how this goes. Can you confirm? Is it not a metallic paint? It's just a regular paint called reflective green or metallic green. Where'd it go? Yeah, it's called reflective green.
Mega Blaster 326. OSHA Orcs judging if Primaris are Codex compliant. Joey Flores living on the street. Last I saw, Miniac was at least in a basement.
I don't know. I don't think it was Miniac.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Miniac did the Vallejo metallics.
Mm.
He might have.
Mm-hmm. At least in a basement.
I mean, once you're painting at that level, a lot of people don't varnish just because it does change the appearance of the paint a little.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if you're not painting for gaming, it's not really worth it.
Right.
Because you're just going to put it in a case. In a nice IKEA Detolf glass cabinet.
A classic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you know if you put heavy stuff in it, it breaks?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
The shelves are only rated for 2 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a glass
People don't know
shelf. People should know better than to put something heavy.
Mm-hmm. Dark Avenger 3510. Let's get the class action together.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, the people versus Vallejo.
Mm-hmm. Suin.
I think AK Interactive got in some trouble recently for having a Holocaust themed paint book.
Oh my god. Really?
Because AK Interactive, I think, does some historical stuff, and so they put out like a book about like genocide.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. But I don't even so like a catalog or
No, like
they
like
wrote
like
an
a how like
article?
a like how tos like because like you know often they would do like how to make a Sherman tank, how to do France in the 40s, but it's a little too specific.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, that's insane.
Still kind of want to try out their washes though. I just won't get that book.
Mm-hmm.
Old
Wow.
Fox. That green looks quite light to the stream compared to mine. Is it 78.90? Oh yeah, they do change their batches. 78.90. I mean, it could be you're also seeing what my camera is seeing, not necessarily what is really there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So so how can I want to see this?
I guess if you look up like AK Interactive or like AK Interactive bad or I heard it from the
people are searching AK Interactive Holocaust.
Yes. That's not what you want, AK Interactive.
No.
Old Fox. AK is so edgy. Yeah, that is kind of part of their thing. I mean, isn't AK named after the gun? Because that's part of their logo, is an AK-47.
Oh my god, they released trailers with footage. Oh my god. The trailers don't exist, but people have taken screenshots.
Yeah, of course.
It took less than an hour for the company to pull everything.
I bet it did.
That's insane. They posted some apologies. Wow.
Luke Repepi, what is the orc skin recipe? I'm actually doing a different skin recipe for each of the 5 orcs.
Oh my gosh.
Don't call me
They posted
Chili.
like a 20-page apology.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait for the AK Interactive War Crime Collection.
Yeah. I mean, we might get lucky.
X Switch 1, they took it down, but people still lost their minds. I still get some of their stuff, and it was really poorly thought. I mean, I think people lost their minds for a good reason.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
And I think they still sell the book.
It says that they took down anything connected to it. I don't know if that's true, but that's what this Reddit post says. Called Hobby Trauma.
I heard from Goober's podcast. I think they said, at least at the time of that podcast, so I guess 2 weeks ago, they had taken down all the marketing, but you could still purchase the book. Joey Flores might get lucky and get an AK Interactive How to Paint Imaginary Creatures. Dentists. Mega Blaster 326. It was called Harsh Reality. Oh, no, it wasn't. Oh, that's horrible.
I'm looking that up right this second. You can get Extreme Reality.
Is that, maybe that's it? Extreme Reality? Is there a description?
Realism is usually the goal, as we as modelers always want to achieve. It becomes challenging as we want to bear in mind the many details. Okay. Extreme Reality shows how this realism can be achieved in scale modeling. Follow talented artists through the journey. Yep. Doesn't really say anything. Just how to make things realistic.
John Johnson. I can't wait for the Rwanda collection.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I see Extreme Reality. But when I typed in Harsh Reality, like that name popped up.
Mega Blaster 326. AK Interactive has a lot of 18+ books with mature themes, like one with starving children.
Oh my goodness. That, you know what, that makes sense. So they're edgy, just in general?
Yeah. But I guess, like, I don't know, people who do those sorts of dioramas, I guess they may need a little information, but you don't do it like that.
No, probably not. Interesting. They don't have it in freedom units. I'm used to Forge World.
John Johnson. They should just be safe and do porn minis. Like, everyone likes porn minis. Just as long as it's not weird Nazi porn stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, only certain 40K Facebook groups like that stuff.
John Johnson. I read a lot about porn minis. Research only. Of course. Me too.
Old Fox. Check their Condemnation book, too.
Oh my god. I don't know how to use their website. I want to just see all their books that they have. Publications. Their images aren't loading on all their books.
I made myself a green-brown wash that I think is going to look really nice. With some Vallejo chocolate brown and some... what color is this? Oh, some of the P3 moot green. But the moot green was a little bit too green, and the green I used for the skin was a little bit too brown. So they didn't quite mesh.
So they have a condemnation. It is 168 pages, which make it 169.
Yeah. I mean, come on. How do you miss that opportunity?
And it is a semi-hardcover book.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I feel like, how do you have I feel like it's either hard or it isn't.
Semi-hardcover book. I thought that was amazing.
So it's like kind of rigid?
Yeah, so it's soft cover.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So this is the description. Today, human rights advances achieved over the past decades have been losing ground at an alarming rate.
Oh
That's
boy.
how it starts.
That's how it starts. That's how this book on modeling starts.
Society around the world is suffering from excessive racism, pandemics, global warming, and many other social injustices of all kinds.
Okay, they're not. It's not getting better yet.
Wow. I don't know what this book is. So what are, oh my god, this is insane.
Mega Blaster 326. I love using tears to thin my paints.
This, I need to send you a screenshot of this.
Mm-hmm.
This is insane.
Mattis Calvinic. On the knobs, is it monoposed from the waist? Yeah, the bodies and legs are all the same. You only get 5. But then you get plenty of accessories and plenty of arms and stuff.
Insane picture. This is insane diorama that you can make if you buy this book. All right, it just sent to you.
All right.
I mean, perfect.
Let's see what all the AK interactive fuss is about.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Come on. That's outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
Holy moly. Wow. Okay. Fun. That's fun.
Right? It's just it's a diorama with bodies and bags.
Yeah, like being buried in a mass grave.
Yeah. And you get to learn how to build that diorama.
I mean, I guess I don't want to say to be fair, but like museums and stuff do sometimes have to make stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But no. Bad AK. Bad.
Mm-hmm. You're
Mattis Calvinic. I was thinking of using them as boys. Ah, yeah, knobs wouldn't work as boys. They're too big. They're like twice the size.
Here, I'll post a link. I'll post a link in the live stream so it can disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's pretty. One of the pictures is rather disturbing. So, just so you know.
Holy moly. That is, oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's a literal guide on how to do that, and how to make garbage bags.
Mm-hmm. Okay, AK is worse than the Night Lords. Mattis Calvinic. Both are on 32mm bases. Yes, they are both on 32mm bases, but knobs are substantially physically larger than boys.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't think you want to, like, you're probably going to have a lot of boys. You probably don't want to buy them in 5-man knobs. And then what do you use for knobs? Mega knobs? And then what do you use for mega knobs?
Mm-hmm.
The what's the name of the orc? Not the Stompa, but the other big guy.
The Gorkanaut Morkanaut.
Gorkanaut Morkanaut. So that becomes your mega knob. So then the Stompa becomes your Gorkanaut.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go the Forge World Mega Gargant. for your Gargant or for your Stampa. Sam Lorimer Jr., I actually just watched the video you made when you assembled these knobs. Yeah, it was lucky that our Patreon supporters picked these models because they were primed and ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to do any prepping.
Mm-hmm.
I went out and bought a bunch of blades, and now I've cut my thumb less than 4 times. So when are we getting the mass graves? Never.
Yeah.
Never. ZNewBQ, hello! Old Fox, I want to like the Orc Flesh contrast paint, but I just don't. I might have to pick some up so that I have a little more variety in my orcs.
What's wrong with the contrast paint? Old Fox.
Mm-hmm.
ZWQ. And the vote wasn't fixed or anything.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. That's true.
No, it was a very normal election.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't add extra Patreon accounts.
Yeah, not
to vote.
Definitely not thousands.
Yeah. Your Patreon grew a lot in the past few days. Old Fox, it's not the right green tone for me. Interesting.
Good old GW contrast.
Mm-hmm. The black is great.
The black is great. The white is really good. And the browns are decent.
Decent browns.
They leave your model though a little overly saturated. It's a little odd. Usually brown paints need a certain finesse. It's not like one spot is going to be really brown and then the other spot is going to be like tan. Usually a brown thing is brown. It's almost like black. Like you don't if you paint shades of gray, it's going to look like gray, not black. ZNBQ, I have the WOG Flesh contrast, and it's very cartoony, but if you don't put it on the default gray sear paint, you can get some fun variation. Nick Glass D, Night Lords. Night Lords are a Chaos Space Marine Legion. They're like vampires.
So they're the Lords of the Night.
I think their prime mark was Conrad Curse.
Conrad Curse?
Conrad Curse with a Z.
Curves. Like the classes my mom went to.
Mattis Calvonic, psychopathic Batman, who flay people alive. Yeah, the way most of the Primarchs became the rulers of their world, but the way Conrad Kurz did it is he became Batman, except if you committed any crime, he would kill you horribly. And so eventually his planet was it had a perfect society because everyone was so terrified that they wouldn't dare commit any crime.
Well, that's certainly a way to do it.
Apparently, though, his planet of Nostromo, it fell back into ruin pretty much immediately after he left. Dr. Stokel, you know what brown was always perfect? Mummy brown. It was a paint that was made for artists many, many years ago, and it was made from actual ground-up mummies. I've heard of that. It seems like you'd think brown would be a pretty easy pigment, because so much of Earth is brown.
Imagine doing a little brush lick after that.
I mean, I think you'd have to just to know what it was like.
Know what a little mum tastes like?
Yeah. Ah, how did I get a bunch of green?
I'm like, why couldn't it be mummified anything else?
It might have been. I guess maybe does it need to be human mummy? I guess what else is mummied?
Well, I mean, anything can be mummified.
Mm-hmm.
Like they use the cats that they mummified.
Mm-hmm. Q. Between the mummies they snorted and ate, you would not expect so much left over for paint.
It's true.
Ooh, Q, I have a question about Kill Team. Have you read any of the expansions, like Commanders or Elites? And how are the missions in those books? Because one thing I'm kind of finding in the missions in the standard rule book is a lot of them are contingent on if a kill team becomes broken, they lose. But it seems like a kill team that's broken doesn't have to lose. Like, they totally could still be in the running to win if they are physically on objectives, or they've already gotten enough victory points that the other person can't catch up.
Mm-hmm. I guess the point is they can't do anything, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
So if they can't do anything, then they can't win?
Yeah. So Q, across the other expansions, is it pretty standard that if a kill team breaks, they lose?
I mean, I mind not having that be a problem.
Mm-hmm. It just seems like if the kill, I mean, and not every single. I think it's most of the missions though. Like I want to say, at least 2, maybe 3 of the missions. If the kill team breaks, they lose. But it seems like if that's the case, then really killy armies could always just focus on killing. Because if you kill hard enough, they're probably gonna break.
Yeah, that's true.
Breadass night, folks. Have a good rest of the weekends.
Good night, Brett S.
Everybody
we'll miss ya.
is working for the weekend.
Brett S. Mummy Brown brush tastes like beef jerky. Dr. Drokel.
It's like you're snapping into a Slim Jim. A Mummy Slim Jim.
I don't know. I don't think you read this. XenoBQ. It's pretty standard, yes, but that might be me misremembering.
Mega Blaster 326. I mean, it's called Kill Team, not Objective Team. It seems like this game, it was all about objectives until it wasn't, because Nick broke.
Yep.
And that seems like a little bit of like a because breaking is one dice roll. It's
true.
not, a whole game of movement and combat and shooting. Because it takes all parts of the game really to score victory points through like killing or through holding objectives. But just failing morale is just, you rolled poorly on a 2d6 roll.
Yes. It's whoopsies.
Mattis Calvonic. What books should I get for Kill Team? The normal one, the Kill Team rulebook. That's really the only one you need. I know there's a couple more books out now, but you don't need them to play the game.
Yeah. I think it'll be very fun to try a 3-way, especially if our 3-way partner has a psyker.
A 3-way Kill Team game.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The Elder, I don't know the Elder must have psychers.
I would assume so. Did we do a psych phase before? I feel like he had a psyker before. Maybe not.
We might have, yeah.
It's hard to remember back in like October.
Mm-hmm. Joy Flores. Get the core and elites. That's what I've heard. Is I've heard everybody. I've heard that like the core rulebook came out, everyone loved it. Commanders came out, everyone was confused. Elites came out, everyone loved it.
Mm-hmm.
XenoBQ. Quick check, and several don't have the stipulation, but it's also not uncommon. It's used as an example. Dark Avenger 3 out of 10. My cousin owes me money, so when I get it, I am buying more minis.
Yeah.
All right, go break his thumbs.
Yeah.
Where's the money, Lebowski?
Break some knees.
Mm-hmm. Crack some skulls.
Don't call me Shirley. Three-way, what the hell did I come back to? Or we have to make a fourth friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we play Kill Team, and when we have another friend who wants to play with us.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're gonna try to play Kill Team 3-way.
Mm-hmm.
Which I mean Kill Team should be a little bit better suited for 3 players as compared to 40K.
Yeah.
Because 40K, everyone it's I go you go, so you'd have to wait your turn, and with waiting 2 turns before you get to have another turn is a long time.
Yes.
But since Kill Team is alternate activation, you know, every single every single time someone does something, you might get the opportunity to do something.
Mm-hmm. Mega Blaster 326. Bad idea. Broken thumbs equals no mini painting partner.
Ah,
You can watch.
break his legs. Problem solved. Yeah. See, sometimes you just have to, you have to figure it out in a group. You gotta spitball ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you need a writer's room.
Exactly. That makes sense. Oh, you're talking about Kill Team. Phew. Well, and the other thing.
XenoBQ. I've also had a game where a player won after being shot off the board because he held the objective for 1 turn, and the other 2 contested it for remaining turns.
Mm.
XenoBQ. We called over to his other game to let him know he won. Oh, so he'd already started playing another game.
That's so funny.
See, that's I like that about the objectives though, because
Mm-hmm.
you have to kind of think and worry about more than just killing.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes it's like I could probably take out this model in front of me, but maybe I should actually run around him and grab the objective. But that might leave me open to attack from a different thing. So I have to be smart and, so maybe I throw this guy who's not good at combat into combat just to lock him up, so I don't have to deal with him. You maybe you even sacrifice a guy just so that you get a little bit of movement.
And it's spooky.
Mm-hmm.
And you're screaming the whole time. Especially when you roll 3 1s.
Oh, I rolled so many ones.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the specialisms are nice. It turns
They
someone
are.
from just a normal guy to like an amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Because you get one cool thing for free, and then you get the opportunity to play command points to have other neat effects go off. And so you just gives you some good options.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, have you ever seen the video of a baby being baptized and they add the audio of the dude having his face shoved into the toilet water? Where's the money, Lebowski? Oh, from the... Yeah. I can imagine it. That'd be pretty good. I love after like the third time they shove his head in, they give him a second to breathe and he goes, "Give me another go. I'm sure it's down there somewhere." The Big Lebowski is such a good movie.
Old Fox. Guess I should really spin my chair around and paint some knobs too. Thanks for the motivation.
Have you guys been playing with experience points and such? No. Is that is that for the not the narrative play, the what's it called? Where like the games kind of roll into one another? Cuz yeah, I've never heard of experience points. I did hear, I think on like Beernid 40K talk about using some of the ranked up characters, like because there's the stratagems like level 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm.
The campaign play, yeah, no, we have not touched the campaign play.
We've been doing just match play.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I mean, we're going to play through all the missions.
Yeah.
Soon,
because there's like 4.
Yeah.
And then there's the narrative ones.
Right.
Yeah, and I kind of like how skewed some of the missions are. Mm-hmm. And it like some would clearly do better with some armies, like the take prisoners is you have to kill things in combat. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure if you're Tau, good luck. Yeah. But if you're orcs, that's pretty doable. Mm-hmm. Mytho paints. What colors are you using for the skin? I'm actually painting all the orcs a different skin color, but this one in particular was P3 worm green, which is kind of like a lime, and then it was washed with P3 gnarls green. And I do think that this is a very attractive color. I still think though, if Kill Team really wants to, like, or I guess it's already big, but if it really wants to get huge, it needs to do kind of like the thing that the fantasy game Warcry does with the Warcry boxes.
Yeah. Because
it's really a pain in the butt. It really seems like a game for people who played 40K, and so now they've got all the stuff. Because you need a little bit of stuff from this box and a little bit of stuff from that box, and
I mean, imagine starting an orc kill team.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to buy half a dozen boxes.
You need to buy a box of boys, and then you need to buy a box of knobs, and then you need to buy a box of commandos, and then you need to buy a box of Ludaburnas. And that's just to play with the core. If you want to get into elites, you got to buy more stuff. I don't think that's necessarily bad, but it shouldn't be that bad to start. Like if the Warcry box came with like, a couple of boys that could also be commandos, and a couple of one knob and a couple of burn sludas, and a couple grots. And then you're like, oh, I like this base kill team, but I wouldn't mind adding in some more grots, so I'll pick up some more grots. Or I really want to spam boys. And like some stuff is kind of even worse. Like if you want to play Eldar, I think the Eldar can take some of the aspect warriors. And so you're like, oh, I got to buy a $50 box so I can take one Howling Banshee.
Right.
Space Marines is pretty bad. I mean, you got to buy, Reavers and Intercessors and Space Marines.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 boxes. You could probably get away with if you bought you know what? I don't even know though if the heavy bolter doesn't come in the regular boys or the regular box, and you definitely want a heavy bolter, and you definitely want scouts. So really, if you want to make a great Space Marine kill team, you need to buy intercessors, reavers, tactical or intercessors, reavers, a box of devastators, and then a box of scouts.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want the scout with the sniper rifle or the scout with the missile launcher, you have to buy the sniper scouts, not the regular scouts.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Good kill team boxes would be great, and it'd be give them an opportunity to do new sculpts. Like, I feel like a lot of people buy those Warcry boxes just to have a paint project because the models are so good.
So how do the Warcry boxes work? You just get a few models?
I think those are the only models in the game.
Ah, okay. Because I'm sure they would have to make like they'd have to make new sprues and stuff.
It might not be Is it Warcry or Underworlds? But yeah, I mean they do. I think I haven't seen one cracked open, but it's probably not that many sprues. It might all be on like 1 or 2.
Dark Avenger 3510. What about a melee Space Marine kill team?
I've been thinking about that lately too. It's a little tricky because Space Marines, they're very good, but a lot of them have 1 wound, and 1 wound, you could die. You could just get deleted. I think Reavers are probably the way to go. They're very strong. The only thing is that Reavers don't get any access to any really, really good weapons. They get access to combat knives, which give them an extra attack. So a regular Reaver gets 4, a Reaver veteran gets 5, which is not bad. I would say you get 1 or 2 Reavers, and then you need an Intercessor Sergeant, because the Intercessor Sergeant can take a Power Fist or a Power Sword. So that's 3 quality melee units. And then, after that, you don't have that many options. You could take a Sergeant Tactical Marine and give him a fancy close combat weapon, but it's just such a risk. Like, they're strong enough, but Orc Boy hits you twice. Then you both go through. You roll your 3-up save, and you roll a 5 and a 2. He dies. That Orc Boy is 6 points. You were 17 points.
It is true.
Warlords of Archeos. Hey, I saw the video where you prepared these guys.
Yeah.
Not biased, but loving the orcs.
Yeah. They're famous. They're already famous before even the stream.
There are underworlds that have unique sculpts for established factions that are perfect for Warcry. Joy Flores. Go as Vanguard vets with dual lightning claws. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's options in elites. I don't know anything about elites yet though.
So is that another $50 book?
I think they're $40.
$40.
And then if you buy from a friendly local game store, it's probably $35.
Ah.
Mythos Paints Primaris Lieutenant is the worst model. $36 for a model that you can convert to a better version. Yeah, you can make one really easily out of a box of intercessors. I wish they still sold the 5 boxes of intercessors and reavers. That would be much better for kill team, really. Although, luckily, eBay will provide, because people just buy the 10-man boxes on eBay and then split them. ZNBQ. Marines can field all sergeants if they want to. Yes, and it's not a bad move, although usually you want gunners too.
Yeah, I mean, your gunners do so well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I shouldn't... I mean, there were several rounds where I'm just standing out in the open naked, and nothing happened. insane.
Dark Avenger 3 out of 10. Me worried my Minotaur's kill team was going to be melee focused. Well, so here's the thing about kill team, though. It's really not about kill teams. It's about the command roster. So you put together 20 models because once when you're playing a game of kill team, you find out what faction you're playing against, and then you find out the mission you're playing, and then you build yourself a kill team out of models from your 20-man roster. So, if this is a mission where you want more bodies, you might decide to bring, a bunch of lower value models so you have more bodies. Or, it's like, oh, this mission is all about killing, and my best stuff is very combat focused, or very shooty focused. Or, you're playing that mission where you really do want to kill stuff in melee, so you bring all of your close combat guys. Mm-hmm. So I think you're not going to have an amazing time if you just build your one kill team and you bring it to every game. Some missions you'll probably do pretty good, but other missions you're just going to have nothing. You're just not going to have the options you need.
Mm-hmm.
So Dark Avenger 3 out of 10, you can totally build your close combat Minotaurs, but you're also going to want to build your shooty Minotaurs and your cheap bodies Minotaurs.
It is true. With those paints. An all Gretchen kill team. Watch a YouTube channel called WIB Does Stuff. He has awesome Gretchen conversions.
Neat. Holy cow, that's quite a conversion job on the tiny Gretchen body.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the paint I used for this guy?
And I'll be watching that later. I love a good Gretchen.
Mm-hmm.
They're very cute.
Don't call me Shirley. I bought the Recruit set as a gift for myself, and I enjoyed painting it, and assembly struggled with playing it. Cute. Reavers make for mediocre melee dudes due to the low damage on the extra stabby knives. But they might be able to fire their pistols on the following combat, and those are solid. Yes, they have very good pistols, and they also can take the grapple gun, which basically lets them ignore vertical movement, and that's pretty nice. So I think Reavers are pretty solid. If you take a Reaver, and you should definitely take a Reaver Sergeant, he gets 5 attacks. 5 attacks if you make him your veteran. 5 attacks, you can kill some orcs. You could probably kill a Tau. You probably can't kill another Space Marine, but at least not effectively.
Mm-hmm.
But for that's what your Intercessor Sergeant with the Power Fist does. XenoBQ. Wib and Snip and Wib. I've seen them.
I get it. Wib's all Grad army is insanely cool.
Don't call me Shirley. How to beat your opponents only using Gretchen with the pointy hats. Put them under your opponent's feet and you win.
Yeah.
The only thing with the Grot army is I wonder what morale looks like.
Yeah, I mean you got to put a knob in there.
Yeah. A leadership 7 knob.
Mm-hmm. That'll help a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be really fun. I mean, we talked about having a shooty orc army versus a only close combat army.
Yeah,
which would be super fun. That'd be hilarious.
It'd be so funny. The mission where you have to get your models over the enemy's board line. 20 Gretchen, all just moving and advancing.
That'd be really fun.
That might be a really solid strategy for that particular game type.
Mm-hmm.
Best case scenario, I kill, a couple a turn, 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 if I'm really lucky and you do horrible at positioning. So I can split fire everything.
Mm-hmm.
My missile launcher actually does something. Pretty unlikely, but it could. Kill a can as a Mega Knob proxy. Holy cow! Good luck getting that. Or good luck getting that thing. Like, good luck not drawing line of sight to that.
Yeah, that's true.
Zenobia. My Reaver Sergeant is my combat specialist, and he does kinda okay. But at the end of the day, on a healthy dude, he can only force a 50-50 shot to kill a given guy. Yeah, but he's still in combat, and I guess he's not your combat duelist. You can throw him at your orcs. You can throw him at things that maybe, like, if I wouldn't want to use my Reaver Sergeant against your knobs with Power Claws or your Choppas.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't. But I would totally throw my my Intercessor Sergeant with the Power Fist at them. Because the Power Fist has a good chance of doing the damage I need it to do. Mytho Paints. Have you ever tried non-metallic metal? I have. That was the whole last thing I painted on stream was Ultramarine, and I did tons of non-metallic metal gold on that. Joy Flores. Aren't Gretchen basically human-sized, though? I think they're a little smaller than humans. Like children. They're probably the size of children.
Children are humans.
That's true. I guess I assumed like an adult human. Snot. I think though, snotlings are those very tiny ones, right?
Yeah, they're also very adorable.
Dr. Jekyll. Are there ever mixed armies in 40k, like made of two armies, two or more races? Not really. The Imperium does that a lot. Space Marines and Imperial Guard, Sisters of Battle, and Adeptus Custodes. But for the Xenos, they all kind of stick to themselves. You can do little things like Gene Stealer cults and Tyranids, or Eldar and Eldar. Mega Blaster 326. They're like Imperial Guard sized, right? No, I think they're I think they're probably the size of children. And the models are way physically tiny.
They are.
They're nothing.
They're adorable. I love them. I wish 40k had an only Grodd army.
That would perform great in game.
Yeah. Well, they would make it work.
Yeah.
They'd figure out a way.
Yeah, like how on earth would Space Marines not just destroy? Like literally just stomp them on their way to fight other things.
Well, I mean, they're in Killicans.
That's true.
So maybe they build some stuff. And they're good at shooting.
That's true. There.
XenoBQ, the Grot Revolution. Exactly. That's what the set would be called. The Grot Revolution.
They're tired of being pushed around by the boys.
Yep. That'd be so much fun.
Mythos Paints. How do you determine where to put all your non-metallic metal highlights on trim? I understand literally every other shape, but deciding how to do non-metallic metal on the trim is difficult. It is difficult. I think I just ended up painting lines, and I picked like 3 or 4 spots to have a nice bright white highlight. Zumekito, if you've ever watched him, he has a great video on it where he tells you to take a photograph and then look at the photograph for reference and then match it through stippling and blending. So that I could recommend that video. I don't have a non-metallic metal video yet because I don't really know how to do it very well.
Ooh. But you will.
Day, yeah.
Because you've done it here and there, but that was like kind of that was a big one.
Yeah, I've done it a lot with silver and like gunmetal. But yeah, it's hard, and I don't know. I mean, there's 101 non-metallic metal videos out there. I feel like it's just a hard thing to do, and there's no easy little
no trick.
Yeah.
besides see what metal looks like and make it.
Mm-hmm. It's just like, are you not satisfied with the level of control you have over metallic paints? Well, it's finally time for you to move on to non-metallic metal.
Mm-hmm.
TK Prince, right, everybody? It's nearly 5:15 a.m. for me, so time for me to get some sleep. Have a good stream, everyone.
Yeah, right. Good night.
It's 11:15. I definitely want to get all of the skin done tonight. If I get all the skin done tonight, I think these guys will go together nice and quick.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good. I think for the basing, I'm definitely going to do a combination of my... what was the name of like our very first basing video back? The one I did the oval bases?
Scenic ground, dirt, desert bases?
Yeah, something like that. I'm going to do that, but I'm also going to do some of the road bases. Because they're Mad Max themed.
Yeah. That'd be pretty neat.
Dr. Jokel, Zumakito doing non-metallic metal. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it, it makes me laugh. Power Surge. Question about pre-thinning primers. I use Vallejo primers. Do I do a 50-50 mix of primer and Vallejo thinner? Airbrush, and how much to thin is like the hardest question on earth. Because there's really no rule.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just always be like, okay, you always go 50-50, or you always go, 70-40 or whatever. You really kind of have to judge it based on the consistency of the paint and how your airbrush is responding to it.
Mm-hmm.
I find I did have to thin the Vallejo primers a little, but my Stynylrez primer I always just shoot right through and it does fine. Mm-hmm. But I've never tried any other color of Stynylrez primer but black. So it could be other colors aren't quite as forgiving.
Yeah, the Vallejo one is not forgiving at all.
No. I mean, it's not even very good.
No.
I
think we have a bad case, though, because we have very old...
Yeah.
They're very old. And, like, mine also is chunky.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, mine started to go bad after a few years.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I don't know, that's probably normal, but... I never found it was that tough, though. Mm-hmm. Also, you're technically supposed to spray on a primer and then let it cure for like 8 hours.
Right.
But I would always just spray it and then go right into painting.
Mm-hmm.
But Stynylrez is just quality. I spray it. It doesn't seem to want to chip or rub off during the painting process. Just kind of works.
Power Surge. Power Surge. What was the name of that other primer you said? Stynylrez. Stynylrez.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy
quite the name.
I think it's by Badger.
It is by Badger. Yeah, if you look up Badger primer, they'll probably come up Stynylrez.
Aquino Quinones. Any chance of a purple orc? Not from me. My orcs are all gonna be like green skinned at least. Although I may paint some with purple armor if I do a squad of commandos. Because of course purple is the most sneakiest. You should have painted your commandos purple. Then I could actually tell them apart.
I mean, they're wearing hats. They're wearing pirate hats.
They're all wearing pirate hats.
One of them has an eye patch.
Ah.
And then all the other ones are just regular boys. I think maybe you're not. I think maybe you're a little racist against my. Because all the pirate ones are wearing pirate hats, or they have pirate patches.
Kino Quinones. I usually use my pure primer at 40 psi. 40 psi is running a little hot. So, but you might be able to get just pure primer out at that speed. I sometimes go a little hot for primers too. Like usually I'm working at 25. I might crank it up to 35 if it's giving me a little lip, talking back to me.
Mm-hmm.
Mythos paints. I hate rattle can primers. They look like chalkboard, and it affects the whole model. Yeah, it can happen, especially if you're not using black. Like white rattle can tends to be pretty blech. I just used some automotive primer on some metal minis, which probably is a little bit overkill, but I wanted to make absolutely sure that that my models turned out.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't chip. ZNBQ. Have you ever seen a purple orc? No, because they're the sneakiest.
Mm-hmm.
Joy Fires. All my commandos are purple. I think they're great. It'd be really funny if they were just like literally just completely purple from head to toe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I might have to do that. Like their armor has been painted purple, but then their skin's painted purple, but you can see a little of the green underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That
they
would be pretty
just
funny.
spray painted themselves purple right before the battle.
Mm-hmm. Remember that TikTok I showed you? With that guy, with the fun police guy?
Oh,
and he talked
yeah.
about purple orcs.
Mm-hmm.
And he just showed a bunch of just bases.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, here's
That
Games
was really
Workshop's
good.
like new set of Orc Commandos, and it's just the bases.
Bases. It's very funny. He's the only guy doing 40k stuff that's good. And he says that he's been shadow banned.
Yeah, I'm sure. Dr. Trickle. I find that light gray primer works the best for me. In rattle cans, that is. Yeah, I never had any problem with black rattle cans. I never used GW either. I always had the suspicion that that was a scam. And it is. Why would Games Workshop's rattle can black be any different or better than, Krylon or Rust-Oleum?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do other companies make their primer not stick to stuff?
Yeah. Aquino Quinones. There's 40k TikTok. There is. It's a very small. Very small. And most people aren't doing it right. They're not making it really fun. They're not making it and like a little bit more interesting to other weirdos.
ZNBQ, I'm headed off to sleep. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Dr. Drokel, Games Workshop scamming people? Surely you jest.
I mean, if I was Games Workshop, I would totally sell it. 100%. But, yeah, I'm just not going to buy it. Never buy a Games Workshop spray paint. Buy Montana. I like Rust-Oleum. That's my favorite. But I always use the airbrush now.
Yeah, you spray the Rust-Oleum in there.
Yeah.
In the airbrush. You pour it in there. Whiskey Tango. 40k orc models would own the TikTok twerk game. They would. They got that donk. I'm surprised nobody's done that. Like done a twerking 3D model of an orc. All right, nobody do that. That's ours.
Yeah, you think all these people doing cool animations, they've got the assets. Just do something silly.
Well, remember we saw that one with the Space Marine on top of the rhino thrusting with the saxophone?
That's one of the best things I've ever seen in my entire life.
But I haven't seen the orc twerking. And I do know, I remember when I was, like probably last year when I was first starting getting into Blender, I was watching a bunch of tutorials, and then I started getting tutorials about like how to make bouncing boobies and asses.
Yeah. Frequently asked questions.
Exactly. And how to get the physics right. So that'd be hilarious to add to the works.
Akino Kinones. 40k orcs don't really have big butts, though. They just have super bad posture. That's kind of true.
I mean, I feel like they could get it done, though.
Mm-hmm. Games Workshop Citadel Spray Primer, now with spray tip sold separately.
Mm-hmm.
Roy Ellis, noob question. Just started painting my first set of models. Do you have to prime, or could you use a paintbrush prime? There is a brush on primer for sure. You could probably get away with just throwing a base coat on and just ignoring the priming, but you'll definitely have better results with priming, because the bare plastic itself is not really nice to get paint on. It's a little bit hydrostatic. It's very slick. And what the primer does is it gives you like a really nice kind of canvas. It creates a kind of a rough surface that's a little bit porous, and it really helps the paint bond to it. But yeah, just any hardware store or home store, just a can of black primer or white primer or gray primer. Hose down the middle, let it dry. Hose down the mini, let it dry, and then you're good to rock.
Dr. Druckle, Nick, you know things get recommended to you based on your search history, right? I know what I said out loud. He combined a bunch of things together, I think. It's very funny, though. Great tutorial.
This orc is going to be my bright green orc. Doing a little Escorpina green.
Ah, that is a bright green. All right, then. I actually have Escorpina green out right now.
For all your green skinned orcs.
Mm-hmm. I had to paint a wire on one of the Gretchen. And I did the highlighting green. I love the mech guns, Gretchen. They're all helping and working.
Oh yeah. For a second, I'm like, Gretchen can't take mech guns. I thought like a mech gun was a shooting weapon.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is.
I think a Gretchen sniper squad would be adorable.
That would be adorable. Like I said before, there should be just a Gretchen only army.
Mm-hmm.
With little Gretchen tanks and little Gretchen everything.
Yeah. Like, what if the Gretchen guns were all strength 3, but they like rended on 6s? So you're almost never gonna hurt anything, but on the roll of a 6, you might hurt something. Mm-hmm. And they're shooting on 4-ups. It's not atrocious shooting, 50-50. Don't call me Shirley. Necron's got that dumpy dump. They thick as shit. They're very, very dense.
The
necrodermis. Whiskey Tango. Vallejo makes spray primers, like in a rattle can, or stuff that you put in the airbrush or the paint gun and spray it on. Whiskey Tango. Gretchen, rise up. Fight the orc oppressors.
Yeah.
Akino Kinones. Gretchen Sniper Squad sounds like a Malifaux thing. Yeah, it does. They have their rifles. No, I like Malifaux. I think we should do Malifaux next because it's also a skirmish game.
Mm-hmm. As long as you pay for everything.
Mm-hmm. that we can probably play. I really, really want to do these videos. I think I talked about it before. It would be called like play 40k today, play Kill Team today, play Malifaux today, and it would just break these games down into their simplest possible components. Be like, this is the book you need. You need to read pages 16 to 41. Read them twice if you can. You need a box of models. I'd suggest this. You need this book and that book. and just break it down completely, like, you know, what to expect, how to expand. Because, like, most people are like, oh, yeah, well, first you have to pick a faction. Like, well, no, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
And you can't just start out with what are the factions, because, like, well, what is the game?
Yeah.
And then, of course, I want to publish lots and lots more tutorials so that I can be like, oh, this is Infinity by Corvus Belli, and all the models in it are metal. If you want any tutorials on working with metal models, you can click here.
Right.
You know, if you you know, you're gonna need to prime the plastic, and if you want to know how to prime, click here. Because I think these games are impossible to get into. Everyone's start here video isn't even a good start here video. It's like a start here video if you already know everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's hard to become a beginner again.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, you've been doing 40K since you were 15.
Like, how many getting started videos forget to tell people they need a tape measure?
Yeah.
You know, why would you play this game? That's another thing people forget about.
Mm-hmm. Or, like, how to get friends.
Yeah.
To play the game with you.
Yeah, that's really important. Is you really should get into it with a buddy. Mm-hmm. Or maybe even a group would be better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Group is probably the best, so that everyone can bully each other into playing the game.
Yeah. And you have a little more variety, because you're playing all the different armies, probably. Or at least playing different people with different play styles.
Mm-hmm.
At Kinones, everything is cheaper than Games Workshop. 2 starter boxes, 2 expansions, 2 decks of cards cost less than the Kill Team expansion. Don't call me Shirley. Start here videos are either too long or too boring. Yeah, and mine would be tight. Quick. Mm-hmm. And I really would try to set it up so that you could, like, you know, if you watch my video in the morning, maybe 10 o'clock, you could be playing the game by, you know, the evening.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you need to get hooked. Like, nobody is going to, okay, we should play this game in a month once we've all got everything ready.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what's going to happen. If your friends aren't, like, absolutely, you know, rock solid into it, you can't be like, no, we collect all the things, and then maybe in a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, in a few weeks you'll have moved on to, you know, Red Dead Redemption 3.
Right.
Which is probably better bang for your buck.
Ranchu Goldfish. When's that How to Get Friends video coming out? Yeah, people are desperate for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard one.
I really do want to do a video where we go to the shop.
Mm-hmm.
The friendly local game store, and we teach people how to do that.
How to interact with people
in
a store.
I have this great gag in my head where I walk into the store and I look at the store manager looks at me and I say, like, a Klingon Star Wars Battlestar Galactica, and then he's like, oh, well, you know, Marvel Batman Superman Ninja Warrior, and then we just, like, literally go back and forth just saying nerd words to each other, and then finally the spell is broken when I say, Star Wars, and then he goes, no politics.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Drokel, is the tape measure used to measure how far away you need to stay from girls?
Mm-hmm. You better believe it.
Akinonones. I feel like if you Google how to start playing, you already have the why play covered. I don't think you do, though, because I think as soon as those rules hit you, you're going to be like, I'm out.
I have to remember stuff.
But, like, if you know, because the why is part of the why is just getting you hyped. Like, here's why this is fun and enjoyable and people like it.
Mm-hmm. Because I think it's a big sell.
Mm-hmm. Don't call me Shirley. Night at the Game Table has a good start video. The Midwinter Minis is too long. I don't think I've seen Midwinters. Step 1, have a childhood. Whiskey Tango startup idea: Tinder for finding 40k opponents. I want to say something like that existed.
It did before Corona.
Before Corona, which it makes a lot of sense, and no sense at the same time. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, really, you need to find a friend or a group that you enjoy. Probably not. You might get lucky with randos.
Right.
But, maybe the type of people who are using this app to try to get friends are the people who might not be the easiest people to be around. Maybe they don't have a charisma roll high enough to...
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, every group probably has a Sean.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Dr. Jokel. And this is the local game store. You will always be able to recognize the inside immediately by the number of fedoras you see.
Exactly. I mean, I still want to start a 40k sports bet app. That's really what we need. And we need more gambling in this hobby. I think that could get me really into it. Like super, super hardcore into it. Not enough gambling for me. They're coming surely, and by the smell of it.
Yeah, game stores, they do attract a certain clientele.
I don't think I've smelled anyone.
I don't know if I've ever met some real smelly nerds, but I've met some nerdy nerds. At the old game store. Just some folks that just don't quite have all their social skills ready to rock. People who don't know how to maybe regulate their volume or not say weird things.
Yes. Aquino Quinones. If you want to gamble, play Warhammer for keeps. That'd be fun. It's so funny. You kill the model, you get to keep it.
It's like marbles.
Exactly.
All right, I now have 11 points of orcs.
Yeah. Whiskey Tango. GameStar should have a Febreze chamber you have to walk through to get inside. Like somebody with a hazmat suit in there spraying you down.
Give him a little scrub, a little rub-a-dub. Rub-a-dub-dub. Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 orcs in a tub.
You know how they do like temperature checks? They smell tests? If you're too smelly, you have to go off into the... You're just not allowed in. You have to quarantine for...
You have to go across the street to the convenience store, get a stick of something, rub it on, and then you can get in.
Slim Jim.
Or what's funny? They sell it at the counter. They're like, we'll let you in, but you got to buy this.
It's good.
Power Surge. Open a bar that has tabletop gaming. That seems like an obvious choice. The only thing is, I think a lot of game stores really rely on kiddos and like Magic the Gathering and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes.
So they can't really cater to the clientele they want.
They should sell weed. Everyone's just laying around.
Yeah.
Then nobody would be talking. They'd just be sleeping.
Yeah. It'd be hard because
then you have a snack bar.
You could maybe do a thing like kids can hang out at the store until like 8, and then it's the adult time from 8 to 11 or something. It's hard though. I feel like every game store you have to find the right clients. Like you can't just open a game store and they will come. You almost have to like build your little community.
Yeah. And I wonder, like, how does... I mean, yeah, I bet... I wonder if you made the bar part and the wargaming store, like, very much separate things. Like,
Maybe.
basically 2 separate spaces.
Yeah.
And the same building. I wonder if you could get away with it.
Maybe. Like, because I've seen like
bowling alleys with a bar.
Yeah, that's true.
The kids can't go,
There's almost like a second
can't...
little store in there.
Yeah, and you know how well bowling alleys do.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah. biggest industry in America.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Juggle, use your indoor voice. This is my indoor voice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mega Blaster 326. I've been to gaming bars, board games and card games and whatnot. One of those for wargaming would be cool. Beer hammer all day. Whiskey Tango. Is there a good semi-elite orc list? I don't want to paint or play a billion boys. Oh yeah. I mean, there's tons of orc units now.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably gonna still have to paint a good number of boys. Maybe like 30. 3 squads of... or whatever. 3 squads of 12. 36.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could get away with 2 in a squad of grots. Or maybe you could just go grots, and then you do other things to be your infantry killers.
Mm-hmm. You get some flamas, or some burnas going. Maybe you get a bunch of killicans, and you put the flamers on those. That could be good.
I mean, I'm going semi-elite. I think I have 30 boys, and then I'm gonna do 2 squads of knobs, and then I'm gonna do tons and tons and tons of bikers. Like 30 orc bikers, as many bikers as I can take.
Mega Blasta, Nashville and Reno both had pretty good gaming bars. You had beer at the tables, and they even had themed drinks.
Huh.
That sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Nashville.
Yeah.
It's closer.
My parents keep joking that I'm gonna have to move to Tennessee to take care of my grandparents. And you know what? It's not that crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Noble Sword Mannix. There's a game store in Portland called Guardian Games that actually has a bar, and it is a separate area from the rest of the store. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Or you just let the kids drink.
Yeah, I mean,
come on.
You know, they're practically
it's good
adults.
for the brains.
Yeah. Yeah, developing mind, you know. Little liquor, never hurt anyone.
Pour a little alky on there. Yeah. Get the old buzz going.
Mm-hmm.
Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, to infinity and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to order from Spellcrow again, just because they always give me so many freebies.
Mm-hmm. And like good freebies too.
Yeah, like I ordered a whole bunch of orc stuff, and they gave me orc freebies.
Mm-hmm.
I speculate that it's because their casting is not amazing, like a lot of other companies are, but they give you enough free stuff that you're not going to complain.
Yes. Yeah, I think I had one of my pirate hats was pretty messed up.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they gave extra pirate heads. So just swapped them out.
I remember I ordered a bunch. They gave me my freebies. I think were I got one wheel from something, and then I got Russian orc heads, like with the hats, with the big fuzzy hats, and then I got orc hats with berets, and that was kind of fun.
I think they kept all my stuff pirate themed. They only bought pirate stuff.
I don't think I bought any pirate stuff, so that's probably why they didn't give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I think I probably will use the Russian hats. And I actually did use a beret.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's funny.
It is funny.
I think I will be buying from oh, what's the name? Anvil Industries soon, because I do want some bits for my female Space Marines, so that I can finally make that video and the internet can flame at me.
I mean, you're supposed to say trigger warning when you say stuff like that.
That's joke. How come it's always orc boys? What about the orc girls? Orcs aren't very PC, are they? Well, I mean, orcs come from spores. So I suppose there's not technically a such thing as an orc boy or an orc girl. They're just orcs.
I mean, although the cheerleader ones.
Ah, yes. Tango whiskey. Do orcs have pets? I guess squigs, maybe grots. Yeah, I would say grots and and squigs are pets. They eat them too. Grots and squigs. Mega Blaster 326. Oh no, you said female Space Marine on stream. I don't think anyone in one of my streams is gonna be too offended by that. But there are some people who are truly offended by that.
That's true.
This world full of magic and stuff cannot possibly have a female Space Marine.
Yeah.
Even though there's been many stories of, regular folks becoming Space Marines through different adventures and stuff. Yeah. Impossible.
That is BS.
Power Surge. Less sex, more wog.
Yeah.
Old Fox. My Orc Knob skin so far has been Vallejo, 327 Italian Tank Crew, AP Green Tone, and Warboss Green. I think this is one of the paints I revived in the Keep Your Paint Fresh Forever video, and it's doing great. Feels really nice consistency. I'll have to rewatch that video and then do it to some other of my paints.
And really, that's why we make videos, is for us to watch later.
It really is helpful. Like, oh god, how did I paint this thing? Oh, I have a video that I can watch. That it's a tutorial that'll teach me how to paint it.
Lucky bet. Yeah, everyone knows there's no such thing as women.
Yeah. Yeah, the Emperor said no girls allowed. There's actually a line in one of the books where the Emperor's best friend, I forget his name,
George.
He was yelling at the Primarchs because they were being idiots, and he was like, I told the Emperor that he should make you all sisters, and I wasn't kidding. Whiskey Tango, Malcador the Sigillite. Yes. Yeah, the Emperor's BFF.
I was pretty close. George,
Malcador, potato.
Power Surge. One day you should paint Gazgul on stream.
I mean, there's a very good chance of it happening. That Gazzy would look real nice.
Yeah.
I think, though, if I'm going to be dropping some coinage on a Warboss, I should probably either get the Forge World Warboss on bike or the Games Workshop Warboss on trike. Because that makes more sense for my bike army.
Than having Gazgul?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's kind of quick because he's so big, but...
I mean, he's also just a cool model.
Neo's also a cool model. Oh, he's so cool. You should get him.
No, thank you. I would have to. I mean, I'd have to really change him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talked about this, like putting him on a ship.
Yeah.
Like, or something.
Or building a ship around him.
Yeah.
Giving him a sail.
Putting a yeah. Or putting him in a lifeguard tower.
I think we said he has a lifeguard tower like on his back, and there's a grot in it,
which would be so funny. Yeah. But then he'd be painted green, like he's from a far off world.
Ah, that's
visiting
true.
Visiting this planet.
Although people have done some really cool conversions for, oh god, who's the Space Marine guy? Rowboat Girly Man, Rabute Gilliman, where they just make him like, oh yeah, for some reason the chapter master for my particular army is really big, and looks a lot like, but they've done some really really cool conversion work. I saw a really cool Kakaradon. Gazgul Mag Urug Thraka.
Exactly.
It always reminds me of how Dumbledore is technically like Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and so it'd be funny if it was like Gazgul Mag Uruk James Thraka, Charles Thraka. Whiskey Tango, I haven't read any 40k books in years and years. Then recently rediscovered a few omnibuses I had, like Space Wolves Omnibus, etc. Might have to reread because I forgot what's in them. Mario Sack, I think orcs have a nice hair squig besides the top knot. Yeah, I think in one of the codexes, I want to say there's like a particular type of squig that like the orcs breed, that they just make them bite their heads and then they just become hair. And that's why a lot of orcs just have like one kind of plume of hair. It's because it's actually a squig.
Well, there you go. Yeah, they didn't try that hard on that one, did they?
I mean, it's sort of. it doesn't really make sense, but it sort of makes sense.
Yeah, if you really use that imagination real hard.
I mean, isn't that what we're doing with dogs? We took a great, noble, beautiful wolf, and then we turn it into this little tiny runt with long hair.
I guess so.
You know,
so is it still alive? As the
I don't know, probably not. But you know, hair lasts after it's been cut. Mm-hmm. So maybe you know, because like this guy's got the top knot, and it's the little bottom of it is bandaged. Maybe if you undid that bandage, you'd see the skeleton of a squig biting the orc's head.
Well, what about the and I guess because there's also ones where like there's a skull in between. Yeah, there's like a skull and there's hair. So is that where the?
Yeah, you put the squig over the skull. Now, I guess what we need to find is there an example of hair going straight into an orc's head with no little intermediate decoration?
I don't think that there is.
Kelson Vasquez, what's your favorite blue paint for general use? I have invested in a Chimera Colors set for them baby blues. I mean, if you have a Chimera set, you're probably ready to rock. I like Vallejo Heavy Blue and Vallejo Magic Blue. Those are both very nice blues that thin really nicely. They glaze really nicely. So yeah, probably those two. Mario Sack, I think there are beard squigs. Mega Blaster 326. It's called a hair squig. Mega Blaster 326. Also, squigs, orcs, grots, Gretchen are all supposed to be the same fungus, just a different form of evolution. Kind of like how Kroot and Krutox work. Well, Kroot and Krootox aren't evolution. That's like their weird hyperbiology, where if they cannibalize something, it changes their DNA. And so there's actually things called Kroot shapers, which make sure that the Kroot eat the right things and don't eat the wrong things. Because like if they eat like too much bad stuff, they become Kroot hounds, which are just dogs. And like I guess if like they eat enough T-Rexes, they become great Narlocs, which are basically Kroot T-Rexes. Also, it's very speculated. It's not really speculated. It's pretty much fact that the orcs were engineered by the old ones to fight the Necrons and the Khitans during the War in Heaven. And during that time, they were actually the Krork, and the Eldar. It's speculated that that's why the Eldar hate the orcs so much, is because the Eldar remember fighting the Krork, and they're not sure if they would win, if the Krork would ever come back. And then people are nervous about Ghazghul because he's a little quirkish.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit though, not too quirky. I like the Kroot. I wouldn't want them to get pulled out of Tau and made into their own race, but I would like a couple more Kroot units. I wouldn't mind also if the Tau, because apparently the Tau have a bunch of different alien species that have joined the greater good, and so I think it'd be neat to see them. Currently, all we have is Kroot and Vespid. I guess the only problem is, with the balancing of 40k, and I know it's not terribly balanced, but the idea is that the Tau, gather aliens that do things that they're not good at. So like the Kroot are for close combat, the Vespid can fly. But in game, if the Tau just had an answer for everything, it wouldn't really make them a unique, interesting army.
Right.
Marisak, wonder what Kroot would look like if they ate enough Space Marines. Ooh, that would be interesting. Like a super mega buff Kroot. That would be super interesting. I remember there was a story of the Tau and the Groot fighting a battle together, and then the Kroot getting ready to asking the Tau if they wanted the Kroot to eat their dead as like a sign of honor, and like your Tau fought well, may we eat them? And the Tau are like, no thanks, we're good. The Kroot. I love the Narlock Riders. It's like a Kroot that's kind of standing on a Kroot that is kind of de-evolved, I suppose, into like kind of like a horse gorilla. If the Kroot literally are what they eat. Ooh, Whiskey Tango. I want a human unit for Tau, like Guavesa, or whatever they're called. They are called the Tau Guavesa, which is the filthy human turncoats. But yeah, that is neat. I do like those. I mean, I bet it's way better to fight for the Tau than it is to fight for the Imperium. I mean, the Tau actually, they're a little, communist-y, but other than that, they're pretty good by 40k standards. They're a little, greater good, no individuality.
Which I think is fine anyways.
Yeah. The one of the big things for the Tau is actually, if you serve in the military and you go all the way through the ranks, you can actually retire.
Wow, do you get a pension?
No. I mean, I don't know if it's ever happened. But if a Tau makes it all the way through all the ranks of the military and becomes, gets the highest honor, they get to retire.
Wow.
I think though, because none of their honor bounds though probably not to do that. They would probably just continue to serve until they die.
Great.
But I mean, every other race, it's like you're expected to fight until you die.
Mm-hmm.
Where with the Tau, you're asked to.
Right.
And you might even get to be, a farmer or something.
Mm-hmm.
Although orcs don't need no stinking farmers. If they get hungry, they just eat a squig.
Mm-hmm.
All they like doing is fighting.
Exactly.
Whiskey Tango. What would happen if a Groot ate Gazgul? Well, they don't it's not like Kirby where they literally just power up. Like if they ate Gazgul, they would just get a little stronger. And if they continue to eat orcs, they would probably get a little stronger each time.
Not like Kirby.
Power Surge. I personally like the Tau a lot. There is so much to expand on. The Tau are pretty cool. I love that the community as a whole has all kind of come together in just meme hating the Tau.
Mm-hmm. I mean, some people are legit.
Yeah, some people
Worst.
Actually don't like the Tau for no particularly good reason.
Because they suck.
Mm-hmm.
Whiskey Tango. Okay, now I want a Kirby faction in 40k. That'd be pretty fun.
Mm-hmm. Power Surge. Technically, the Imperium is far more communist than the Tau. Well, I mean, I said the Tau are probably the best. Joy Flores. Didn't Commander Farsight retire and then get pulled back in because of the orcs? I don't think... or no, maybe I'm thinking of Shadow Sun. One of them kind of got a little bit disillusioned with the Tau cause, but then did get pulled back in because of a war with the orcs. And I think because all of their generals died, they're kind of the spell that their ruling elite has on them broke, and so they're kind of like a little bit of a nomadic group of Tau. But yeah, what's kind of fun is a lot of guys in 40k have rules that are specific to the orcs. Like there's a Necron character called the Stormlord, and his thing is he gets benefits to fighting all the races in the galaxy, but for orcs it actually hurts him. Like he gets a negative debuff when fighting orcs, because apparently the orcs' tactics are just unimaginably random to the Necrons. And so the Necrons' logic doesn't work on the orcs. Joy Flowers. Also just stripped all my Metal Chaos Dreads and some Eldar I bought. I will never again try to strip Eldar. Not worth the hassle.
I've done that. It is not fun. They're little.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the Guardians and stuff, and you have to be kind of careful.
Yeah.
And they fall apart in your hands if they were super glued.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a pain to clean every single little part individually.
Yeah, they're tiny little shuriken cannons.
Yep.
And they're tiny little selves.
Mm-hmm. And their tiny little pants. And their tiny little ass.
What if a Kroot got to suckle on the Emperor's skeletal pinky toe? I mean, I wonder. I think it's something to do with the flesh. So I think they would have to eat a piece of the Emperor. Maybe they could grind him up like a mummy, and do a line of them.
Snort him. Yeah.
Advice for stripping primer? I got none. I hate stripping. I don't do it.
Maybe some super clean. That's what I used back in the day. Dirt floors, exactly, Nick. I just gave up and will use the ones that broke for terrain. Yep. Power Surge. Is Orc's playstyle supposed to be really random?
No, not really. Their
No?
shooting is pretty random. Sort of.
Oh my god, and their saves are kind of random.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going. I mean, you're not going to save them.
Yeah. Every time you roll you just it's a happy thing every time you don't lose an Orc boy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But you're not like, okay, come on, 6s.
No, you know it's not going to happen.
Don't call me Shirley. Strip primer, use acetone. Yeah, but only on metal. Don't use acetone on plastic. Unless you really hate the model.
So you really want it to melt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like with orcs, especially with Kill Team, there's a lovely balance between aggressive and not aggressive, and it depends on the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it depends on what the mission is. Like the one where what was like that first one that we did where there was one
it was basically
point.
capture the flag, really.
Yeah. Like if you kind of were on that already, then I'd have to be really aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no point in me being aggressive. Like because I controlled it for almost the whole game. Yep. We should do a game. I only take Ludas. That's it.
Which one's the Ludas? Oh, the shooty ones.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Only Ludas.
It could be neat. Something tells me they're probably not amazing.
Nobody puts them in their list suggestions. I've read a lot of list suggestions. They're in nobody's list.
So they're probably great.
10
out of 10. Always recommend.
I mean, it's random. That's the problem with them.
Yeah.
It's random.
Maybe they need like a nice stratagem. Like for one command point, instead of it being random, it's like it's one shot, but if it hits, it's like a mortal wound or something.
Mm-hmm. And there might be some stuff, but I mean,
seems clearly not good enough.
Yeah, it seems like people have given up on them.
Don't call me Shirley. For metal models, you put them in the microwave. Yes. Yeah, that's a surefire way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you actually, weirdly enough, you have to set it to popcorn.
Yeah. That really gets them going.
Mm-hmm. Put them in the microwave when you want to strip your home.
Exactly.
That color will this color? Nah, I think it's this. This color will highlight the skin nicely. Mm-hmm. And I can't forget, I gotta do the little grot or the
Oh yeah.
Runt.
Ammo runt.
Which I can't imagine I'll take much because there's not one gun in this entire gang.
Yeah, there's no reason.
Does he work with other models?
Maybe.
Like, can a war boss take an ammo run?
Certain units can take an ammo run.
So it's worth having. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guns don't really seem that worth it on knobs because they're just so bad at shooting.
This is the Scorcha.
The Scorcha, that's true.
That's pretty good.
I really considered putting together an entire squad with 5 scorches.
Mm.
But then I thought, maybe I should just do what's cheap and good instead of what's expensive and maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if maybe if I'm playing 40k and I'm like, yo, you know what I really want to try, then maybe I'd get another box. Also, you only get like 1 Scorcha. You get 2 rocket launchers though that you could probably pretty easily convert into a Scorcha.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3. Although I have 2
But
boxes.
a tube. Mm-hmm.
Little, or like take a couple of Space Marine flamethrowers and stick them together.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the nice thing about the orcs. You can kind of be a little sloppy, and it works perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
You need a big flamethrower, but you don't have a big flamethrower. We'll just glue together 3 little flamethrowers.
Yep.
Using the Imperial Flamers and just say the orcs just stole them. Yep.
Yep.
I do like the Luda Flamer. The Burna. It's kind of cool. It's like a...
Yep.
They're kind of holding it like a chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have
tanks.
masks. Yeah, they have tanks and masks.
Not all of them.
No?
Some of them have. Some of them. Like 2.
2 of them have masks.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of them has a helmet that has a cutout for his cigar.
Mm-hmm. Whiskey Tango. Glue 3 grots together, each holding a flamer.
Yep.
Yep.
3 grots in a trench coat.
Mm-hmm. Some cute burner boys. Power Surge. Funny story. When I was 18, I worked overnight at a gas station as my second job. My coworker at the time placed a can of spaghetti into the microwave in the station and it caught fire. This was in Florida.
Yep. I mean, they were probably just following the Floridian instructions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Chef Boyardee says in Florida.
I mean, it probably causes cancer in the state of California. But in
Yeah.
Florida...
Yeah. Turns you into Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Chef Boyardee, man. Just really good at cooking things in cans.
Mm-hmm.
3 grots in a trench coat equals knob.
Yeah. I mean, 3 grots in a trench coat really equals a boy.
Mm-hmm.
Like 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Whiskey Tango. Florida man microwaves a can of spaghetti. Yeah.
I'm working on the skin of the last guy.
Yeah.
I think what would be next? I guess probably the shirt. And then I might do all the soft parts, like the leather and the pants and the shoes. Last is
Pants are the best
usually
part.
the armor. Yeah, the pants are the best part. Always the most fun.
And the straps.
Oh, all the little straps. And they all have different straps, which is nice.
Oh, it's really fun. They are strapped for cash.
Mm-hmm. This is the color. What color is this? This is Games Workshop Elysian Green. It dries a lot darker than it goes on.
Mega Blaster 326. Oh, it went away.
I'm
Damn
sure it
it.
was great.
Mm-hmm. It didn't make sense, and so I was going to make fun of it.
Ah. It's fun that you can retract.
Mm-hmm. You can.
Love the look of the Burner boys. Yeah, the Burners are the winners over in the Burner Luda box.
Mm-hmm.
I do kind of like the Luda guns. I like that it's like a cage. It's weird. They're all completely different, yet the same.
They're all completely different, except they're exactly the same.
Yeah.
Mega Blaster 326. Nick, what are you doing? I said matte by accident. I figured I was going to ask if it was matte varnish or matte medium.
Ah.
I'm working on my little kill team. I'm working on a burner right now. Actually, I'm doing some base coats.
All right. So I wonder when Games Workshop is going to come out with my my Sniper Grots.
I have a feeling it might be a while. I know you're really banking on those.
I mean, the buggies were an easy choice. I think the next kit we'll probably see is probably going to be the Def Capta. Or the new version of a Def Capta. I kind of bet they'll just axe the Def Capta. Or they'll or it'll still exist, but they'll just be a cool thing that's basically a Def Capta.
I mean, don't you think they have enough fast attack, whatever the hell?
That's true.
Do they really need more stuff?
I mean, yeah. But I mean, the Def Capta exists, but no one plays it or buys it because it's awful.
Yep.
I like the buggies.
The buggies.
I'm gonna get all the buggies. Okay, I do not need to thin this color down as much as I've been doing because it just dries, just completely dull. I think I'm actually gonna mix in yellow to brighten it up. I did white on the last guy, and it kind of made him look a little teal, which I'm fine with because I want some real variety. Zubikito, hello.
Hey.
Welcome to the orc stream.
Orc stream.
I'm painting some orcs. Yeah, let me try to get some of them on camera. And I need my yellow.
Which Games Workshop yellow are you going to use?
It's funny.
Yep, that was pretty good. Nailed that one.
Games Workshop yellows stink.
Using Flash Gets yellow?
I'm using P3 Cygnus yellow. Mega Blaster 326. I'd enjoy a plastic Def Capta on its own sprue. I mean, years and years ago, they made the perfect Def Capta for Assault on Black Reach. Like probably over a decade ago. And they just never ever released it as anything. Don't call me Shirley. Nice knob. Can't go wrong with Averland Sunsets.
That's a Citadel color right there. I have that color.
Zumakito, I saw your video. I binged a ton of your videos this morning because I was going to be painting all day. And are you going to be doing like a redo, or not a redo, but are you going to be touching back on all of your 5-minute hobby tutorials? Power Surge. Mini Wargaming recently made a narrative game between Space Wolves and World Eaters. It was enjoyable to watch. I usually don't like battle reports. Baltimore also voiced the intro. Ooh, that is super cool. Baltimore recently has been putting me to sleep. I watch like half a Baltimore video before going to bed, and it's great.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I have this thing where I have trouble turning like my brain off from the day, and so
Mm-hmm.
a little fiction helps because I kind of start to daydream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, what if a Kroot did this? And then during that daydreaming, it's like I'm much more relaxed
Mm-hmm.
than if I'm like, oh God, I didn't get as much filmed as I wanted to, and everyone hates me. And
Mm-hmm. Right.
but instead
I mean,
I'm
you
like,
said it, not me.
yeah. But instead I'm like, oh, the Mark IV power armor really is kind of cool. I didn't know that about the. And then I drift off to sleep.
Yeah. I listen to talk radio like a crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dow Jones average went down 15 points. That's what I listen to.
Mm-hmm.
Puts me right to sleep.
Don't call me Shirley. Goobertown Hobbies always put me to sleep, and I literally forgot. I added one of your YouTube videos to a playlist, and it wakes me up with the music. Dun 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 dun. Oh wait, is that our music anymore?
Nope.
That's not even. How does our new music go? It's been used in literally 100 videos.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I picture it? Ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum
Yep,
bum
there
ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum.
Mm-hmm.
Zumekito. Not all. I will leave those that describe single techniques, glazing, wet blending, etc., but do explain step by step for things like non-metallic metal and glow. Mega Blaster 326. The Black Reach sprue was a bunch of other orcs on the sprue, so they didn't release it separately. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Unlike what they're doing with the Indominus and Dark Imperium sprues.
Mm-hmm. It is true.
Zumikito, do you have suggestions? I don't know if I have suggestions for more revisiting tutorials, but I was watching your video on the one where you were painting the Mandalorian. I think it was blending. But your video ended and I'm like, oh no, I want to keep watching you paint the Mandalorian. Like I would have watched an hour of you painting that thing. It was so gorgeous, and you did such stark I don't know, such stark changes. Like when you first had it all blocked out, and it kind of had an almost interesting kind of pixelated look. That was super, super interesting. It reminded me a little bit of a video I watched by who's Scott Miniac, where he was painting a similar buff. It was Death Corp of Krieg. And I actually thought I think it was much easier to tell what was going on a big old bust than you can on little miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd suggest paint big things.
Mm.
Oh yeah, this guy's gonna be the yellow green orc. Mega Blaster 326. Love your new music.
It's a Hans Zimmer special. Sit down with him every week.
Mm-hmm. I remember I painted the Imperial Fist Space Marine just on a whim one day, just to draw, and then it became the channel art.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone has noticed, it actually has recently undergone a change, where I redrew it again, but better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I did some proper vector line art, some real blending and shading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that Space Marine was not meant to be an intro. I don't even know how it became the intro.
I think you just did it. I think
I just did it, but I don't remember why.
Mm-hmm. I think because we were trying to see what we could do to like make our stuff good, and so I think we knew we wanted to do a better intro. Because I think before we just had like a montage of photos.
Yes. I remember that we had a door close scene on one of them. I have to. Maybe I'll have to watch that basing tutorial, that first basing tutorial back again to remember what we did.
Mm-hmm.
Then I remember it got simplified into what it is now.
Yeah. Whiskey Tango. Is Custodes the cheapest army? I've heard that before. I'm not sure. Because they're expensive kits that you need to buy a fair number of. Not nearly as many as other armies. I think orcs might be one of the more expensive armies. Tyranid are very expensive because you have to buy so many boxes. The only thing is a lot of the Custodes kits are Forge World. So you might be saving money only buying, 2 or 3 boxes of your infantry, but then you have to buy, a $65 or like a $60 to $100 dreadnought, or the skimmer flyer. So I don't know. I think there's cheapish ways of doing kind of any army.
Mm-hmm.
And, all armies become a little bit more manageable if you plan on stopping at 2,000 points.
Mm-hmm. Or before.
You could 500-point army.
Mm-hmm.
Zumikito. Thank you. Unfortunately, won't revisit the Mando, but perhaps a masterclass might be coming in the future.
Yeah.
And, maybe, because, I know your whole thing is teaching. But, I don't know, maybe you could just put out a video that's just painting for a while. And just some chit-chat.
Mm-hmm.
Throw in a couple of jokes.
Mm-hmm.
I know some of us, or I know we do it sometimes. Goober does stuff like this where it's the video is a little bit of let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that didn't work. Tune in next week to find out.
And that did not work at all.
Mm-hmm. Zumikita miniatures. But if you have just built for 2,000 points, it becomes boring. That is true. Yeah, you do add on from there. Mega Blaster 326. I've heard Knights is cheap comparatively. Yeah, I think usually it's the big Knight. I forget the new name of it. And then one of the regular Knights, and then maybe 2 sets of the baby Knights running around the feet.
Baby Knights.
Mm-hmm. I think it's important though to manage your armies. I feel like I have a little bit more armies than I can manage.
Yeah, that's true.
And so sometimes I have to take year breaks from working on them. I haven't touched my Gene Stealer cult in years.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe. I mean, my orcs are getting a little attention with these knobs.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Death Watch is gonna go.
Ooh.
I think the Death Watch is gonna go. I like them, but no. If I'm in the mood for Space Marines, I can play my Black Templar or work on my Black Templar.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I think every Space Marine player starts to go down the rabbit hole of collecting a different color.
Yeah.
Power Surge. Knights are 170, no? I think the biggest Knight is 170, the regular Knights are 150, and then the baby Knights are 60.
Mm-hmm.
Although, no one should be buying full retail from G-Dubs.
That's true.
You go to your friendly local game store where you get 15% off.
Mm-hmm. And they give you a nice wet handshake.
Why is it wet?
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. The Knights are cool. I have a Knight. The Knight is really fun. If you're gonna do a 3-player 40k, you give the third person the Knight, and you just let them stomp around the board and get into trouble.
That is fun.
Zumikito. My local game store does not have discounts. Rip.
Yep.
Well, then just steal.
Yeah, steal them.
It's the only alternative.
Mm-hmm. Steel, 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 steel.
Zumakito, I would love a peek behind your curtain. When you're painting on camera, is it comfortable or is it kind of a pain in the ass? Because for me, I haven't found the perfect setup. I'm reasonably comfortable right now when I film with a telephoto over the shoulder. I'm reasonably comfortable, but I would love to build a system where I'm much more comfortable, and it's just easier for me to film things.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been trying to almost like a regular YouTuber. I've been trying to get more coverage while I'm filming.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be using. I've been using 3 cameras recently.
Mm-hmm.
Zumakito, it's a pain in the dick, absolutely. Good. So it's not just me.
Mm-hmm.
Zumakito, how do you film? How do you film your painting? Because it looks lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Are you over the shoulder? Are you from directly above? Right now, this is the most comfortable I can be filming, and this is a small webcam that's just a little bit above my eye line from the model. But my other cameras take much better quality than this webcam.
Oh yeah.
But this is very comfortable, this setup. Power Surge. Can you use knights with your Space Marine chapters, or are they their own army? I think you can ally in knights to any Imperium army. But I bet it eats up a lot of your points. Because it's a knight.
Right.
Alright. I think this guy's skin is done. I think I should fix his chin. What color did I use?
Chin.
I think I used this stuff.
Adorable.
Let's see. A little too much. But it's better than it was. Power Surge. My store does 5% off after $75, $15 after $120, and 20% after $200. Well, I'm going to your game store.
Mm-hmm.
My local game store offers a 15% off. Zumakito, when you look at my vids, there is a small rig hanging on the left side of the frame, basically a modified mic arm. I think I noticed in your faces video, the camera was auto-focusing a lot. Yeah, filming painting is a bummer. And getting good lighting so that your hands aren't casting constant shadows on the miniatures. It's an art. On top of actually getting good at painting models.
Mm-hmm.
Cody D. Zumakito, if you want some easy content, you should do a tour of your workspace.
There you go.
Cody D. Can you have any of the greater Chaos Demons in a Chaos Space Marine army? Probably. I don't know. I don't know how the demons work. Sounds right. I don't see why you shouldn't be able to. Zumakito. The old faces was from summer. Yeah, not anymore. Filming with the manual focus, baby.
Yeah.
I know. Some of our videos go back years and years and years and years, but we still film most of it with the same camera.
Yeah.
We've just gotten much better at using it.
Yeah.
Canon T2Is.
Mm-hmm. They need a lot of light.
Yeah, holy moly.
That's the only problem with them.
Yeah, that's the only problem with them, right? It's the only problem.
Yeah. Yeah, you get them a lot of light, they can do wonders.
Yeah, sometimes they get a little hot and they just decide that you're done filming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is wonderful.
Yep. Yeah, they stop after 15. And if it's not absolutely beyond bright, it looks like absolute garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it gets really pixely and staticky.
Yeah, it's like there's only a reasonable amount of light hitting like the front of his pants, and so you look through the camera, it's just black.
Mm-hmm.
Zumakito. Tour? Wow, that's going to be like 2 minutes. But I'll add that to the topic lists. I'm sure you can pad it out. Maybe you can talk about like other things you used to have that didn't work as well as what you currently have.
That's true. Maybe some fave tools.
Mm-hmm. I've been thinking about doing some sort of a video where I talk about like how I've learned to paint more comfortably. Because before I used to paint kind of over my lap, and I would kind of hunch because I would want the model really close to my eyes. But I've kind of learned to bring my face to the model. So now I do like elbows on the table, my wrists on the table, and then my face just kind of comes to the model.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't drop stuff all the time now. Because I used to get so mad because I would drop stuff, but of course I would because I would be holding it like over the edge of the table.
Right.
Now I just drop stuff and it just hits the table. It's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Cody D, what would you advise to keep paint from drying out fast? I mean, wet palette number 1, and then you can add some paint retardant, which basically it makes the paint dry really, really slowly. Although not super slowly. Like if you apply a very thin coat of paint that has paint retardant in it, you're probably like doubling or maybe tripling your work time, but it's not going to be like a half hour. It's going to be like a minute instead of a few seconds. All right, the grot is going to get a new set of colors. And so it's going to get... Do I have more greens?
Purple.
No. Okay,
orange.
The wash is going to be this military shader. And then the green is going to be this Caliban green. Which might not work anymore. I think this paint is rough. Whiskey Tango. I use the power triangle. Elbows, shoulder width apart on the desk, wrists pushed together. Yeah, I've seen people who do the wrists together. Oh, this paint looks great. What was I thinking? I can't do the wrists together, though. It just feels weird. Don't call me Shirley. I hunch like you, Jay. I'm turning into you. Well, I don't hunch anymore. And maybe I described it poorly. But like I used to lean back. I lean back and bring the model to my face. And then my shoulders would slouch down, and then my elbows would be pulled together. Yeah. And it's still kind of comfortable.
And your pants would be at your ankles for some reason.
Yeah, it's still kind of comfortable, but it's much better, especially for long paint sessions, to be at a desk. And I raised my desk up to like 3 feet. So people love to comment on my videos that my desk is way too tall, and it is, but it's so much more comfortable for painting.
That should be what the title is. Why my desk is too tall.
Why my desk is too small. Is my desk tall or am I just short? The answer
The
is
answer will
both.
surprise you.
Yeah.
It's yes.
I'm a perfectly healthy height for a girl my age.
That's true. I like the elbows on the desk. That was very comfortable during the week of painting.
Yeah.
Because then it keeps your back super straight. That's very nice.
Yellow grot. No, my orcs are green. I paint them right. Nick paints them wrong.
You got that right.
No, wrong. Whiskey Tango. What non-GW games are you most interested in? Malifaux. Although I used to play X-Wing like a fiend. Me and some buddies, we would play X-Wing like every, I think, Friday. I would get off work at like 8 or 9, and then I would go over to their house, and then we would probably play until 2 in the morning. And then I would drive my friend home, get home, fall asleep around 3:30, and then wake up for work the next day. And it was great. X-Wing is a wonderful game. But yeah, I'm super getting into Malifaux. There may be a video where I paint some Malifaux coming out very soon.
That's true. Mega Blaster 326. What color are Nick's orcs? Sounds like you need to watch our painting challenge video to find out.
It's a good video. It really is.
It's a good video.
Go watch it. EonsOfBattle 1 week challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 points of miniatures are in that video.
So you should watch that video.
Yeah.
And then report back to me on what color my orcs are.
Zumakito. What about other Fantasy Flight game stuff? Haven't gotten into any of that. I know Marvel Crisis Protocol is getting pretty big. I think if I was looking at other games, it's probably Star Wars Legion. I don't remember who makes that. But yeah, I think in my future, I'm looking at Malifaux. And I just put together and painted some Malifaux minis, and they're really, really lovely. And really, really tiny.
They're tiny.
What was the worst time you've had building a mini? Friday, I had the worst time of my life putting together these old metal Tyranid lictors. They're very sharp, and they're very heavy, and they're very metal. I had to pin all the arms. This was the least fun I think I've ever had building miniatures. But they're turning out now, so. Holy moly, I don't ever want to build 90s era metal ever again. I don't really want to do metal ever again. Metal is inferior to resin and plastic. I think I would probably take it over PVC, just because PVC is poopy. But it's so soft. It's like rubber. Hajoose, are you guys filming? You guys are finishing the full armies. Wasn't Jay painting Necrons? You got to watch the video. And if you've already watched it, then too bad. You got to watch it again.
Exactly.
Francisco Del Real, what Malifaux faction are you building? I am building a faction from the Arcanists called the Performers. Alexander C. Thoughts on Adrax Agatone? Are you trying to say Agrax Earthshade? Or is that just something I'm just do not know? Juice didn't get a chance to work with Pewter.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're not missing out on anything. Whiskey Tango. Infinity Metal is pretty sweet as far as metals go. Yeah, and Infinity probably didn't, come out in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
Zumakita Miniatures. I believe in plastic supremacy as well. I know. God, metal sucks.
And I mean, I feel like we're being a little unfair because TK's 3D Prints is not here to defend metals for us.
TK loves metal. These metal lictors. I want to say all 4 of them together are closing in on a pound.
Oh, yeah, they're heavy.
They are chunky boys.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait to kill them and kill team.
No, you're not killing these. 4 wounds, toughness 5. Oh yeah,
I don't know.
They don't have guns.
I think if I had all amazing guns, it'd be really hard to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see those versus Ben's Eldar. That'd be another fun mashup.
Mm-hmm. Cody D, do you ever have a hard time trying to explain Warhammer to others? I don't usually try.
There's other people?
That's a good point.
No, I mean, I feel like if you say like there are models you can play a game with, people will be like, okay.
It's like a model airplane kit, but there's a game around it too.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander C. It's the Salamander's Primaris HQ named character. Oh, that's a sweet ass model. I can't imagine I'll ever pick it up because it's really expensive and I don't play Salamanders, but it's a cool model. Agaton is the Salamander's dude. Yeah. Don't call me Shirley. Metal is cringe. Nay, baby wood models is where it's at. That duck model that Games Workshop makes, dog. Oh, yeah. They should go back to wood.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Jokel. Metal minis are by far superior, especially the ones from the 80s that look like they were sculpted from melted Tootsie Rolls. Yeah. Oh my gosh, and cleaning them took ages with steel files.
Mm-hmm.
You know what though? I have to say, they do feel pretty good in the hand. That weight,
yeah,
it's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth it? No, but it's kind of nice.
Yeah, you could hurt someone with them.
Sam Walker. Metal is great compared to Finecast. Yeah, I've had some mixed results with Finecast. I bought a lot of Finecast over the years, and most of it was fine. Fine to okay. But recently I bought some Necrons, and they are pretty bad. They're going to take some real work. I mean, the casting was perfect. It's just the way they put in all the gates to help the resin flow. It just makes it, like, unworkable. Like, I'm going to have to carve away some parts of the model and resculpt them. Because the detail has been covered up by these gates. Mm-hmm. And they could probably send me a dozen more and they'd all be identical because of these gates.
Right.
So I'm putting it off. Maybe when we do another Necron Orc Army challenge, I'll work on those. Mm-hmm. I have to finish those 2 HQs while Nick finishes the rest of his army.
Perfect.
And we'll finish at the same time.
Yep.
But yeah, funnily enough, Games Workshop does have some of the worst resins in the business.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they're instead of improving their resin, they're just trying to get out of it.
Which, great idea.
Yeah, plastics are better.
Their plastics are better. Yeah.
Until you drop it on your foot and break it. That's true. That's a good point with the metal. Mm-hmm. Zumakito. Nothing feels as good as throwing metal rhino at your opponent when you start to lose. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you could kill somebody. I have a metal dreadnought, an old lead dreadnought, and you could really hurt someone.
Yeah, that's
you could kill someone.
Baseball.
It's it's a baseball of lead. Mm-hmm. It's completely inappropriate for a miniature, but they didn't have anything better at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for Squidmar to finish his metal Thunderhawk gunship. I bet he puts that thing on like a bathroom scale, and it goes right up to like 17 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Whiskey Tango. I don't understand why Games Workshop resin is so bad. I have some resin models from TT Combat and Guild Ball, and they're clean AF. Yeah, I have some beautiful resin too. Mm-hmm. They weren't good at it at the time, and they haven't really improved. They've improved their method of doing a bad job.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're kind of rolling the dice on those resin minis. I've heard Games Workshop is very good at like helping you out. Like if you get a cast and you're like, this sucks, they'll send you out a new one.
Mm-hmm. Every single one of my fine casts just sucks.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. You keep just sending me ones that are horrible looking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not my fault that I now have 40 commandos.
Yeah.
Hajuice. Wait, which video is it? Eons of Battle 1 week challenge?
Something like that.
Something like that. We don't even know.
I don't know.
That was like 2 weeks ago. How would we know?
Exactly. You expect us to know our own videos? Remember that time where I was like, yeah, remember the magnets video? And you had no...
I did no recollection of that we did a magnets video that I wrote and filmed and did everything for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did everything.
Except the editing. I did none of the editing. Sam Walker. I ended up gluing coins to the bottom of my plastic minis to simulate the weight of metal. I did that once, and I think I'll never, ever do it again, because one of the horrible things you're simulating with that weight is the more weight, the more breakage that's going to happen when you inevitably drop the mini.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's all just super light plastic, there's not that much worry. There's not that much to break. There's no weight. So I glued nickels into the bases for my Necrons once, and I'll never do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander C. I also like the DACA guns on bikes, but bikes are pretty pricey. Well, I'll make them good. Maybe the rules won't live up to my expectations, but I'll figure out what I need to do for orc bikes to make them good.
Mm-hmm.
Hajuice. Oh, it's because I didn't finish the video. No, our watch time.
All the way through.
Mm-hmm. And then comment.
Mm-hmm. And then like it. And then create another YouTube account in which you do the same thing. And every time you do that, you create another account.
We don't need you to subscribe, though. So don't do that. We just need the watch.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that people could anti-subscribe as long as they watch the video.
Perfect.
Although we did just get 40,000 subscribers, which is pretty cool.
It is cool. And now that we got 40K subscribers, we're done with 40K.
Yeah, no more 40K content.
Mm-hmm. This is the last little bit.
Whiskey Tango. I'm scared that if they do new orc kits, they'll lose all their customization. They might lose a bit, but I mean, the kits that exist are probably not going away. Like knobs are still good. Boys could totally use a redo.
Yes. Probably
Ludus Burners could be done.
Mm-hmm.
Head juice. You forgot to like and subscribe. Not a real YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point. There's the only nice thing about subscribers is they if you have tons of them, then they'll help your video get views. But
because they're just notified right away.
Yeah, they're notified right away. But that will always happen naturally.
Yeah.
Like if your videos get big and are watched by lots and lots of people, you'll just get subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
There are tons of channels with tons of subscribers that don't get views. All about the views.
That's true.
And the Raid Shadow Legends promotion.
Exactly.
Cody D. Love your videos. Like the random scenes of humor keep me keeping on. Oh yeah, we try. As long as they sell knives, orcs shall be customizable. That is true. Technically, orcs have the greatest range of miniatures in all of 40k because every kit that comes out is an orc kit deep down.
It's true. Any kit can be an orc kit if you just believe hard enough.
Do you want to build an orc kit? It doesn't have to be an orc kit. We could make a brand new Daka jet. Or maybe looted wagon. Or a killer can.
All right. I guess that's our next animation. And write that down. It's gonna be our new single on Spotify.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the songs just come naturally.
I got the music in me.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my parody is legendary.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what our TikTok will be.
Singing that song?
Just making up 40k parodies.
There you go. I mean, I bet you they'd do better on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our songs. No one cares about our songs.
Mm-hmm.
And to a certain extent, I get it. They're not particularly good.
I don't think that's the problem. I just think people take their hobby a little too seriously.
Yeah,
and
sometimes.
they have to be tricked into it.
Yeah.
Like the video should be like the most serious lore video ever made about salamanders, and that's a song about them.
Sam Walker, you guys have plans to put out some battle reports in the not so distant future? We do have plans, but not in maybe in the distant future. Distant future.
Gotcha for distant.
We want to do it. We have plans to do it. It's just going to take a lot of work.
It is.
I mean, we don't really. I have armies, but Nick doesn't have a painted army.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really have much terrain.
I mean, if we were to do anything, it'd be kill team.
Yeah, it would be kill team. I have some lore video ideas. Maybe I could break into the lore game. The lore game is a great game to be in. Lore channels do well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
People cute instead of hearing Baltimore's beautiful voice, they can hear me.
Perfect.
Books make great terrain. Chuck Drokel. Nobody cares about your songs. Jay, that's not true. Nobody cares about your songs and videos.
Exactly.
We came back from hiatus with a song, the periodic table of Space Marines, which I think that is a good video.
That is a good video.
We spent forever on it.
Mm-hmm.
So much time just drawing.
Mm-hmm. Making a skull move to words being said.
And then I think we stepped up our game about 1,000% with the
12 days
of War Gear.
War Gear, yeah.
On the 12th day of War Gear, I don't even remember how my song goes. On the 12th day of combat, my Primarch gave to me Exterminatus. And then I spent about 5 hours drawing a planet exploding.
Yep. Exactly.
Lego Terrain, yay or nay? Lego Terrain, yay all day, every day. It sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Zumakito, lore videos do well. What the fuck? I'm in the wrong niche.
Yep.
Don't call me Shirley. Look at Major Kill. He has the best lore videos. Oh, Major Kill. Major Kill, he's all about the jokes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the best people for lore are Baldemort and Luton09. Luton, he's recently branched out into doing a little bit of painting. I think he even has one tutorial on how he paints his ultramarine vehicles, and he has proven to me that ultramarines can be cool, because his ultramarine army, it's a Primaris army, but it's paint intro, and it's very, very cool. Akino Kinones. You guys have charisma for sure. Just keep putting in hours and hours of work, and you got this. I mean, we get views.
Yeah, we do.
We get views.
We get the biggest views.
We get
Nobody
the best
gets bigger views.
We get the best views.
Yeah. Nobody gets more views than us.
Dr. Trickle, has anyone ever done a custom Lego 40K army? No, but I might. I have a Google document where I have written some ideas of how to do a Lego army.
I haven't seen army, but I've seen individual
Yes.
like characters and stuff.
There's actually, if anybody knows the Lego channel, what's it called? Brick Vault.
Lego My Ego.
Brick Vault. They actually sell instructions. They purchase the rights to instructions from people, and then they sell them on the channel. And they actually have the instructions on how to build a Lego Dreadnought. And it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Walker. Nick, what are you painting?
Paint some orcs, but it is it's getting a little late, so maybe I'm not paying attention as much.
Mm-hmm. I'm very pleased. I got all my orc skin done.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to put a wash on the mouths, and then we might wrap it up soonish.
Mm-hmm.
Well, really soon.
That works for me.
Because I gotta go to bed so I can wake up and shoot more video.
Yep, and I got a bunch of editing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now here's the real question: which of the 9 Army Painter browns am I gonna use?
I think you should probably use brown.
I think so too, but I don't know if I should use brown or brown.
Maybe brown.
I mean, look at these colors.
Yep.
Jules, would a Weird Boy be worth it for a first-time orc army? Weird Boy is great.
Yep.
You get to use that psychic phase. Weird Boy is a great pick.
Dr. Drickle, Mummy Brown.
Mummy Brown. You know what? I think I'm going to use a combination.
A Mummy Brown?
No, of brown. Of Army Painter Washed Brown. Hajuice. 4!
Yeah. You think
Can
that's what Tiger Woods said?
Can you build a Lego Dreadnought out of recast Legos? I mean, anything is possible.
Well, I mean, recasts aren't allowed.
Now that I think about it, I should probably paint all of the teeth before I paint the brown wash, because they're going to be brown, or they're going to be washed.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I would love my Lego idea. This is the video I would love to make, but I would love to put together a 500 point Space Marine army, probably out of models I own. Like, I'm not going to build a new army for this video, but then I would build an army out of Lego, because a minifigure is about the right size to be a Primaris Marine. So I would actually build like a 500 point army out of Lego, with vehicles and everything. And see, I bet the Lego would be considerably cheaper. Lego on the secondhand market is pretty reasonable. You know, especially if you know exactly what bricks you need. So you just buy what you need. You know, usually they're around a little bit, maybe a little cheaper than 10 cents a brick. But like some pieces are super cheap. You know, like a 1x1 stud is going to be like 2 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Minifigures kind of go for a lot.
They do.
Lego Custodes. That would be interesting, but I think I got to go classic Space Marine for the video to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like the video would not hit hard if it was how to build a Lego Necrons.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't just want we want randos watching the. You always want randos watching the videos.
That's true.
Because that's how you get the big views. I have a plasma video coming up, and I really, really want to see if I can work in some Fallout plasma. That way I can have Fallout in the thumbnail, just to try to get a couple of more people to click.
Mm-hmm.
Because Fallout is huge.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to 40K. It's gonna be a good plasma video too. I'm gonna be showing off how to paint plasma pistols, plasma guns, plasma calibers, and the plasma terrain piece that Games Workshop makes. And some Fallout miniatures plasma.
Mm-hmm.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Almost. Dr. Drickle. The problem comes in finding every Lego you need from the least amount of sellers to not get killed on a bunch of different shipping charges. Yeah, but I mean, Bricklink does an amazing job. I mean, if you put your parts list into Studio stud.io, it'll generate a parts list for you, and then you can take that parts list and then you can put it into Bricklink, and it will generate the smallest number of store invoices to get all the parts you need. And then usually you can even fine-tune it a little and be like, well, the only store selling this brick is this store, so maybe I just won't buy those. I'll substitute it with a different brick that is a little bit more common. So it definitely takes some time and some work, but it's very doable.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that is a dream video of mine, the Lego Space Marine Army.
Aquino Quinones. I can see it already. Space Marines, but from Legos? Not a prank. She gets really mad. Exactly. Put girls in the thumbnail.
Are there Lego dudes that look like Space Marines? So my plan was to get white paint all over his lips that I don't want.
Mm-hmm. My
plan was take regular minifigure bodies. So I was going to build a Lamenters chapter. So a regular yellow Space Marine body. Then I think I would 3D print shoulder pads. And then I would use a regular Space Marine race car helmet. But on the race car helmet, I would put a decal of a Space Marine face. And then I would build a brick-built backpack. And that's how I would pull off Space Marines. It wouldn't be the most convincing thing in the world, but I wouldn't want to not make it look like Lego. Because it's like the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Search Lego Galaxy Squad. Has someone out there done some? I've seen some people do Space Marines before, and I've never seen anyone quite nail it. And I mean, you're really locked into that minifigure proportion. Some nice, clean, white orc teeth. But it won't be after the wash.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. And then there's someone else with teeth. This guy has some fangs poking out. It is 1:10. We're gonna go 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
5 more minutes, folks. So, get your heckles in quick while we're still live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, say something mean.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this video.
Do it.
Tell us to give up.
I always want the videos to get dislikes. A dislike is worth so much more than a like. Whiskey Tango, 5 more minutes, Mom. Dr. Joggle, why not just throw up with a bunch of Lego Knight Spacemans and Batmans and say, this is my army, and then marvel at your impending doom. Don't call me Shirley. Jay, go drink Nuln Oil. Nah, I don't like the taste of Nuln Oil. I prefer Ergrex Earthshade. Mega Blaster 326. Heckle, I don't like your hair.
Nice.
Whiskey Tango.
Well, I don't like your face.
YouTube algorithm. This video is getting lots of dislikes. I should show it to more people. Honestly, that might be true. My logic is that every video gets a bunch of likes. Almost all videos get more likes than dislikes. But if you see a video with just a crazy amount of dislikes, I mean, you gotta watch it, right? To see what the deal is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did this painting video get 25,000 downvotes?
Yeah. And why was it shared to me? If it's that bad.
Mm-hmm. Although I wouldn't be surprised if downvoted videos do get shared, because like I know on Facebook and stuff, like negativity just trends so hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think YouTube only cares if you're watching.
Yeah, that's true.
Watching it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And if you click on it,
yeah,
the more clickable, the more the more rewarded you're gonna get.
The more comments you get, because comments are still on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't left the app. These guys are looking so good.
Aquino Quinones. 2 last hot takes. Justin Bieber is underrated and YouTube is free because Google is using it to train AI. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna
I
also
agree.
say Ellen did nothing wrong. Dentists aren't real. What? So she beat the hell out of a couple of interns? You know.
Exactly. Guaranteed. Like that's why they have like TikTok. Like TikTok is used to train AI.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have like filters and stuff that like can track your face. You don't think that they're trying to do something with that? Zimikito. Negativity trends on Facebook because it's high engagement. Many people comment.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It does seem like negativity though it can kind of spoil you a little, or not spoil you. It can like spoil your content a little, because people like the negativity, but they need positivity too, or else like they kind of burn out, and your channel doesn't grow. Like, you know, there's a reason Drawing with Jazza. He's very happy and friendly and perky.
Mm-hmm.
He's not just like everything sucks.
Mm-hmm.
These markers aren't even that good.
Mm-hmm.
Lucasfilm still makes new stuff. All right, everyone.
Speaking of negativity,
Brush is down. I'm so happy. I finished the orc scan, except for the ammo run, but he'll get done. Woo! But yeah, really good start on these orcs. I mean, all their skin is done.
Mm-hmm.
So, see you on Monday.
See you Monday. We'll be back
New
at
video.
9 p.m. Central and a new video.
Mm-hmm. Good